I never liked the back acre of my property. It wasn't because of the brush or the way the sunlight seemed to die 10 feet before it hit the ground. It was the silence. You know the kind of quiet I'm talking about, the kind that feels heavy, like the woods are holding their breath, waiting for you to turn your back. My name is Elias, and I'm a carpenter. I moved out to the edge of the Blackwood Valley for the peace. I wanted a place where the only thing I had to answer to was the grain of the wood and the change of the seasons. For the first 6 months, it was perfect. Then came the storm of late August. It wasn't a normal storm. There was no thunder, just a thick green sky and a wind that sounded like a woman screaming through a closed door. By morning, a massive white oak had been uprooted near the creek bed. It was a giant, probably 80 feet tall, lying prone across the moss like a fallen god. But it hadn't just fallen, it had shattered. I went out there with my chainsaw around 10 in the morning. The air was cool, smelling of wet earth and ozone. I remember stepping over the trunk and noticing the first weird thing. The wood wasn't white. Where the limbs had snapped, the heartwood was a bruised, dark purple. I figured it was some kind of rot or maybe a mineral stain from the soil, but it felt wrong. When I touched the bark, it didn't feel like oak. It felt like skin. It was warm. I laughed it off. I told myself the sun had been hitting it, even though the canopy was so thick it was basically twilight down by the creek. I pulled the cord on my saw, and the engine roared to life, shattering that heavy silence. I made the first cut about 3 feet from the base. The saw bit in, but instead of the usual spray of blonde sawdust, it kicked back a wet, dark slurry. It gummed up the chain instantly. I shut the saw off and leaned in. A thick, viscous liquid was oozing from the cut. It was sap, I assumed, but it was the color of black cherry juice. It was so dark it looked like motor oil. And the smell, it didn't smell like pine or earth. It smelled like copper, like a penny you've been holding in a sweaty palm for too long. Great, I muttered, total loss. I left the saw there and went back to the house to grab a rag and some solvent. By the time I got back, the sun had started to dip behind the ridge. The shadows in the woods were stretching out, turning into long, thin fingers. I looked at the log. The sap hadn't just dripped out. It had pooled on the flat surface of the cut I'd made, but it wasn't a random puddle. The liquid had moved. It had trailed down the side of the bark in 3 distinct lines, perfectly straight, like someone had dragged a fountain pen across the wood. I wiped it away. It was sticky, thicker than syrup. I went back to the house, cooked a simple dinner of eggs and toast, and tried to forget about the copper smell. I told myself it was just a strange reaction to the storm, some weird fungal infection in the tree. Logic is a funny thing. It's the first thing we grab onto when the world starts to tilt, even when we know it doesn't fit the shape of the problem. That night I couldn't sleep. The house felt too big. My bedroom window faces the woods, and even with the curtains drawn, I could feel that fallen oak sitting out there in the dark. Around 2:00 a.m. I heard it, a soft, wet thwip, like a paintbrush hitting a canvas. I stayed under the covers, staring at the ceiling. Thwip, slide, thwip. I got up. I didn't want to, but the curiosity was a physical itch. I grabbed my heavy maglite and stepped out onto the back porch. The air was freezing now, a sudden drop that didn't make sense for August. I shone the beam toward the creek. The light cut through the dark, hitting the fallen tree. My heart did a slow, heavy roll in my chest. The log was covered in it. The black sap was pulsing out of the cut I'd made, but it wasn't dripping toward the ground. It was moving upward, defying gravity, crawling across the bark in rhythmic jerks. It looked like 1,000 black leeches migrating toward the center of the trunk. And then I saw the shapes. On the smooth, barkless section near the top of the trunk, the sap was forming characters. They weren't English. They looked like jagged, angular runes or maybe a child's attempt at writing. They were wet and glistening in my flashlight beam. As I watched, a new line began to form. A thin stream of black liquid pushed itself out of a pore in the wood and dragged itself an inch to the left, then hooked downward. It was writing a word. I stood there frozen. My brain was screaming at me to go inside, to lock the door, to call someone, anyone. But I just kept the light pinned on that wood. The sap began to bubble. A small, wet pop echoed in the silence. The word it finished was 4 letters long. I didn't recognize the language, but I felt the meaning in the pit of my stomach. It felt like a threat. I backed away, my boots crunching on the dry leaves. I didn't turn around until I reached the porch. I locked the deadbolt and pushed the heavy kitchen table in front of the door. I sat there in the dark with my shotgun across my lap, watching the clock. When the sun finally came up, I went back out. I had to know. The woods were normal again. The birds were chirping, the air was warm, and the copper smell was gone. I walked down to the creek, my pulse thrumming in my ears. The log was dry. The black sap had vanished, leaving no stain, no residue. But the runes were still there. They weren't written in liquid anymore. They had been burned into the wood. The edges of the letters were charred, as if someone had taken a branding iron to the oak while I was sleeping. I leaned in to look at the 4-letter word. It wasn't a word. It was a name. Elias. I felt the blood drain from my face. I hadn't told anyone in this town my middle name. I went by EJ or just Elias to my landlord. But the name burned into the wood was my full, legal first name, spelled exactly as it appeared on my birth certificate. And right below it, a new line of liquid was starting to bead up. Even in the bright morning sun, a tiny, dark droplet pushed through the grain. It was the start of a new letter. I didn't stay to see what the next word was. I went to the shed, grabbed a gallon of gasoline, and headed back to the creek. I didn't care about the fire risk. I didn't care about the Forest Service. I just wanted that thing gone. I doused the log. I poured the gas into the cut I'd made, watching it disappear into the veins of the wood. I struck a match and dropped it. The flame didn't orange. It went blue. A deep, haunting cobalt blue that roared up into the canopy. And as the fire took hold, the log didn't crackle. It didn't pop like dry wood. It screamed. It was a low, vibrating hum at first, like a hive of bees. Then it rose in pitch, becoming a shrill, metallic wail that made my teeth ache. I fell back, covering my ears, watching as the blue flames licked at the charred name. The sap began to pour out now, a literal flood of black ink fighting the fire. Where the fire touched the sap, a thick, greasy smoke rose up, smelling of burnt hair and old meat. I backed away, tripping over roots until I was 20 yards back. The fire burned for 3 hours. By the time it died down, there was nothing left but a scorched trench in the earth. No ash, no charcoal, just a black, glassy scar on the ground where the tree had been. I went back to the house and packed a bag. I didn't even grab my tools. I just got in my truck and drove. I stayed at a motel 3 towns over, staring at the wall, waiting for the feeling of being watched to fade. It's been 3 days. This morning I woke up in the motel room. The air was cold, that same unnatural, bone-deep chill from the woods. I looked at the bedside table. There was a glass of water I'd poured the night before. It was empty. In its place, a small, dark puddle of liquid sat on the wood of the nightstand. It was thick, It smelled like copper. I watched, paralyzed, as the liquid began to move. It dragged itself across the laminate surface, forming a jagged, angular line. It was the first letter of a new word. I'm sitting in a diner now, writing this on a napkin. I don't know where to go. You can run from a place, and you can burn a tree, but how do you run from something that's already decided it knows your name? The waitress just walked by. She paused, looking at my table. "Honey," she said, her voice tilting with a strange, sharp edge. "Your pen is leaking." I looked down. I wasn't holding a pen, but my hand was covered in black, viscous sap, and on the white paper napkin, the liquid was moving on its own, spelling out the name of the street I grew up on. I think it's time to stop running. I think it wants me to listen. And the worst part isn't the black sap or the screaming wood. The worst part is that, for the first time in my life, I can hear the trees talking back, and they aren't saying anything kind. The waitress didn't wait for an answer. She just walked away, her heels clicking on the linoleum with a rhythm that sounded too much like the thwip slide I'd heard in the woods. I looked down at my hand. The black liquid wasn't just on my skin, it seemed to be coming from my skin. It seeped out from under my fingernails, thick and oily, pooling in the creases of my palm. On the napkin, the name of my childhood street, Crestview, glistened in the harsh, fluorescent light of the diner. I wiped my hand on my jeans, but the stain didn't lift. It smeared, turning the denim a bruised purple, the same color as the heartwood of that shattered oak. I left a $20 bill on the table and bolted for the door. The bell above the entrance rang with a dissonant, metallic chime that set my nerves on fire. I drove. I didn't have a destination, just a desperate need for distance. But the Blackwood Valley has a way of stretching. No matter how fast I went, the trees lining the highway seemed to lean in, their branches interlocking like skeletal fingers over the asphalt. The sky was that same bruised green I'd seen before the storm, and the air in the truck cabin began to smell of copper and wet earth. My phone buzzed in the cup holder. I didn't want to pick it up. I knew with a sinking certainty that it wouldn't be a telemarketer or a friend. I looked down. The screen was black, but words were forming behind the glass, etched into the pixels themselves. "Pull over." I gripped the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white. My hands were shaking so violently I nearly drifted into the oncoming lane. I didn't pull over. I pushed the pedal down, the engine of the truck whining in protest. The speedometer climbed 60, 70, 80, but the scenery stopped moving. The same crooked pine, the same rusted fence post, the same gray milestone passed by my window over and over again. I was trapped in a loop of geography, a treadmill of asphalt and ancient wood. Then the truck died, not a sputter, not a mechanical failure. It simply ceased to be a machine. The dashboard lights flickered and went out, and the steering wheel turned soft under my hands. I looked down and gasped. The plastic of the wheel was becoming fibrous. Bark was erupting from the steering column, gray and rough, smelling of deep forest rot. The gear shift lengthened into a jagged limb. I slammed on the brakes, but the pedal was a mushroom-soft mass of fungus. The truck coasted to a silent halt in the middle of the road. The silence hit me like a physical blow. It was the silence of the back acre. The world had stopped breathing. I climbed out of the truck, my boots hitting the pavement with a dull thud. The road wasn't asphalt anymore. It was a carpet of needles and dead leaves, though I could still see the faint yellow lines of the highway beneath the organic debris. I looked back at my truck, but it wasn't a truck. It was a hollowed-out carcass of wood, a mockery of a vehicle grown from the earth in the shape of my Ford F-150. "What do you want?" I screamed into the trees. My voice didn't echo. The woods swallowed the sound, muffled it in layers of moss and shadow. A rustle came from the tree line to my left. A figure stepped out. At first, I thought it was a man. It had the height and the gait, but as it moved into the dim light, I saw the truth. It was a construction of sticks and peat, held together by that shimmering black sap. Its face was a flat slab of white oak, and where the eyes should have been, 2 knots in the wood wept a slow, continuous stream of dark liquid. It didn't speak, it didn't have a mouth. Instead, the ground beneath my feet began to vibrate. The hum started low, the same hive of bees sound from the fire, and then it localized. It was coming from the figure. Elia's the hum vibrated. It wasn't a sound in the air, it was a sound in my bones. The tithe was interrupted. "I don't know what you're talking about," I stammered, backing away. I reached into my pocket for my keys, for a knife, for anything, but my fingers found only wet, sticky pulp. My pockets were full of sap. The storm took the king, the thing vibrated, taking a step toward me. Its movements were jerky, like a marionette with too many strings. The king must be processed. The grain must be read. You burned the chronicle. I remembered the runes, the charred name, my name. I didn't ask for any of this. I just wanted to be left alone. The wooden figure stopped. It tilted its head, a sickening crack of dry timber echoing through the clearing. You moved to the edge of the blackwood. You brought the steel. You brought the saw. You bit into the flesh of the ancient, and you tasted the copper. You are part of the circuit now, Elias. The sap is in you. I looked at my hands. The black stains weren't just on the surface anymore. I could see them moving under my skin, dark veins tracing paths up my forearms, pulsing in time with the hum. I felt a sharp, stabbing pain in my chest, right over my heart. I ripped open my shirt. A small, dark knot was forming in the center of my breastbone. It was hard to the touch, a whorl of wood grain pushing through the skin. I wasn't just being haunted, I was being harvested. The tree didn't fall because of the wind, I whispered, the realization chilling me more than the August frost. You put it there. You wanted me to cut it. "The carpenter is the scribe," the thing replied. "Without the blade, the blood cannot write. Without the fire, the words cannot be set. But you ran before the ending. You burned the book before the final chapter was etched." The figure raised a limb, a long, tapering branch that ended in a sharp, thorn-like point. It pointed toward the woods, back toward the direction of my property. "Go back, Elias, finish the cut, or the sap will find a new vessel to write upon." It looked at my chest, at the knot of wood growing over my heart. The figure dissolved. It didn't walk away. It simply fell apart, the sticks and moss collapsing into a heap of forest floor. The black sap that held it together soaked into the earth, leaving behind a faint, lingering scent of pennies and ozone. I stood alone on the highway that wasn't a highway. The truck, the wooden shell of it, began to sink into the ground, roots coiling around the tires, pulling it down into the loam. I had no choice. I started walking. The journey back felt like a dream. Time didn't work right. I walked for what felt like hours, but the sun never moved from its position just below the ridge, casting the world in a permanent, sickly twilight. Every tree I passed seemed to watch me. I could hear them now, just like I told the waitress. It wasn't language, not exactly. It was a vast, slow consciousness, a heavy pressure of thought that groaned with the weight of centuries. They were hungry. They were patient. And they were all focused on the small, fleshy thing walking among them. By the time I reached my property, my legs felt like lead. The knot in my chest had grown. the wood grain spreading across my ribs like a cage. Every breath was a struggle against the hardening of my own lungs. I reached the creek bed. The glassy, black scar where I had burned the log was still there, but it wasn't empty. A new sprout had emerged from the center of the scorched earth. It was growing at an impossible rate. As I watched, a pale white shoot spiraled upward, thickening into a trunk. It didn't have leaves. It had long, thin strips of what looked like parchment, fluttering in a wind I couldn't feel. And leaning against the new growth was my chainsaw. I'd left it by the original log, but it should have been destroyed in the fire. Instead, it looked brand new. The orange plastic was polished, the metal of the bar gleaming. But when I picked it up, I realized it wasn't metal or plastic anymore. It was bone and sinew. The pull cord was a braid of human hair. I fell to my knees, sobbing, "Please, just let me go." The woods responded with a roar of wind that nearly knocked me over. The parchment leaves on the new tree began to thrash. I saw writing appearing on them, thousands of names, thousands of dates. I saw my mother's name. I saw my father's. I saw names of people I hadn't thought of in 20 years. The Blackwood wasn't just a forest. It was a ledger, a living record of everything that had ever died in the valley, and I was the one who had been chosen to update the books. "Finish it," the wind screamed. I stood up, my hands moved of their own accord, reaching for the hair-braided cord. I pulled. The saw didn't roar, it groaned. It sounded like a man waking up from a long, painful sleep. The chain made of sharpened teeth, white and jagged, began to spin. I approached the new tree. The sap was already leaking from it, but it wasn't black anymore. It was red, bright, vivid, human red. It smelled of iron and life. As I touched the spinning teeth to the pale bark, the knot in my chest stopped hurting. The wood grain under my skin began to recede, flowing back toward the saw, feeding the machine. I realized then the bargain that was being struck. I wasn't just the carpenter, I was the ink. I made the first cut. The tree didn't scream this time, it sighed. A spray of red mist hit my face. It was warm, it tasted like salt. I kept cutting deeper and deeper into the heart of the thing. The parchment leaves began to fall around me, coating the ground in a blizzard of names. I worked through the night. I didn't get tired. I didn't feel the cold. I was a part of the grain, a gear in the great, slow clock of the forest. When the sun finally rose, a real sun, bright and golden, I was standing in the middle of a clearing. The new tree was gone. In its place stood a tall wooden pillar, perfectly smooth, carved with the history of the world. I looked down at my hands. They were clean. The black sap was gone. The knot in my chest was nothing but a faint, circular scar. I felt a sense of peace I hadn't known since I moved to the valley. The silence was still there, but it wasn't heavy anymore. It was expectant. I walked back to my house, leaving the bone saw by the pillar. I went into the kitchen and made a pot of coffee. I sat at the table, looking out the window at the back acre. The pillar stood tall in the distance, a monument to the things that are forgotten. I knew that, eventually, the wind and the rain would wear the words away. I knew that another storm would come, and the pillar would fall, and the cycle would begin again. But for now, the ledger was closed. I took a sip of my coffee. It tasted of earth and oak. I looked at the back of my hand, where a single, tiny droplet of black sap pushed its way through a pore. It began to move, dragging itself across my skin in a familiar, angular line. Part 3, it wrote. I didn't scream, I didn't run, I just reached for my pen. I had a lot more to tell you, and the trees were finally ready to dictate the rest. The droplet didn't stop at the numeral. It branched out, thin as a spider's silk, charting a map of the local topography across my knuckles. It traced the creek, the ridgeline, and the exact coordinates of the stump I had tried to burn. My skin tingled, not with pain, but with a static charge that made the fine hairs on my arms stand upright. I realized then that the peace I felt was merely the silence of a predator that had finally caught its prey and was now deciding how to eat it. I looked out the kitchen window. The pillar I had carved, the one made of pale, fleshy wood and red sap, wasn't just sitting there. It was vibrating. The air around it shimmered with heat distortion, though the morning was crisp and cool. From the tree line, birds began to emerge. Not the cheerful robins or the territorial blue jays of the previous morning, but crows, hundreds of them. They didn't caw. They settled on the branches of the surrounding oaks in a heavy, suffocating mantle of black feathers, their obsidian eyes all fixed on the pillar. I felt a phantom weight in my right hand, the ghost of the bonesaw's vibration. My muscles ached with a rhythmic pulse, as if my heart had relocated to my forearm. I stood up, my chair scraping harshly against the linoleum, and the sound seemed to trigger a reaction in the woods. Every crow took flight at once, a silent explosion of wings that blocked out the sun for a frantic, flickering second. They didn't fly away. They circled the pillar in a tightening vortex. I walked to the back door, my hand hovering over the knob. Every instinct screamed at me to bolt for the truck, to drive until the engine melted, but I knew the road wouldn't let me go. The geography had become subjective. The Blackwood was a closed loop, and I was the needle caught in the groove of a record. I stepped onto the porch. The smell hit me immediately, not the copper of blood or the rot of the swamp, but something sweet, cloyingly sweet, like lilies at a funeral or overripe peaches left to ferment in the sun. It was the smell of the pillar. It was curring. As I descended the porch steps, the ground felt different. The grass was brittle, crunching like glass under my boots. The closer I got to the creek, the more the world seemed to lose its color. The vibrant greens of the ferns faded to a dull, dusty gray. The blue of the sky turned to the leaden hue of an old mirror. Only the pillar remained vivid, a stark, bone-white monolith bleeding a red so bright it hurt to look at. The crows began to dive. One by one, they plummeted from the sky, tucking their wings and slamming into the wooden pillar. I braced for the sound of impact, for the wet thud of breaking bones, but there was nothing. As each bird struck the wood, it was absorbed. The surface of the pillar rippled like water, swallowing the black feathers and the sharp beaks. With every bird it took, the pillar grew. It didn't get taller, it got wider, more muscular. The grain began to shift, the smooth surface erupting into laurel leaf carvings that moved and writhed. I reached the edge of the scorched trench. The heat coming off the ground was intense now, smelling of baked clay. I looked at the carvings on the pillar. They weren't names anymore. They were scenes. I saw a house I didn't recognize, a cabin made of hand-hewn logs, tucked into a valley that looked like a younger version of this one. I saw a man with a beard and a heavy iron axe, his face contorted in a silent scream as the trees around him began to bleed. I saw a woman kneeling by a stream, her hair braided with the same black sap that was currently marking my hand. The images were moving. It was a cinema of the soil. The first carpenter, a voice whispered. It wasn't the wind, and it wasn't the hum in my bones. It came from the pillar itself. A mouth was forming in the wood, a jagged knothole that stretched and pulled until it resembled human lips. He didn't finish the cut either, the pillar said, the voice wet and heavy. He thought the iron would protect him. He thought the fire would cleanse the record, but the wood remembers the blade. The wood cherishes the wound. I stood paralyzed as the red sap began to pool at the base of the pillar, flowing toward me like an incoming tide. What do you want from me? I did what you said. I finished the work. You finished the transcription, the pillar replied, the carvings of the old cabin dissolving into a new image, my own face, captured in terrifyingly accurate detail. But the book needs a binding. A ledger is useless if the pages are scattered to the wind. The red sap touched the toes of my boots. I tried to step back, but my feet were rooted, literally. I looked down and saw thin, hair-like fibers erupting from the soles of my shoes, stitching me to the scorched earth. The sensation wasn't painful. It was a dull, heavy ache, like a limb falling asleep. I'm not a book, I gasped, my lungs feeling tight, as if the ribs were turning to heartwood again. Everything in the Blackwood is a story, Elias, the pillar said. The red sap climbed up my shins, warm and viscous. It felt like being wrapped in a heated blanket, a seductive, terrifying comfort. The squirrels are the footnotes, the wolves are the punctuation, and the men who come with saws, they are the epilogues. The carvings on the pillar began to change again. I saw the diner. I saw the waitress. I saw her looking at the napkin I had left behind. In the carving, the napkin wasn't paper, it was a leaf, and as she touched it, her fingers began to turn to twigs. No, I whispered, leave her out of this. She saw the ink, the pillar vibrated. She touched the story. She is part of the volume now. Everyone you've spoken to since the storm, every person who heard the hum in your voice, they are all being drafted. I felt a surge of rage, a hot human fire that momentarily pushed back the creeping numbness in my legs. I reached out, grabbing a heavy stone from the creek bed, and slammed it against the pillar. The stone didn't shatter the wood, it sank in. The pillar felt like soft, warm flesh. It pulsed under my hand, a steady, rhythmic thrum that matched my own heartbeat. Don't fight the grain, the pillar cautioned. The more you struggle, the more jagged the ending will be. Let the sap flow, let the rings close. I looked back toward the house. My home, the place I had bought to find peace, was changing. The siding was peeling away in long, bark-like strips. The windows were clouding over, turning into the milky cataracts of a dead animal's eyes. The chimney was lengthening, twisting into a gnarled limb that reached for the gray sky. The forest was reclaiming the clearing, but it wasn't a slow process of decay. It was an aggressive, predatory colonization. The red sap was at my waist now. I could feel it soaking through my jeans, merging with my skin. Where the sap touched me, the world became clearer. I could hear the sap running in the trees behind me, a vast, subterranean river of data. I could feel the worms turning in the soil 3 miles away. I could feel the heartbeat of every deer huddling in the thickets. I was losing my Eliasness. The boundaries of my body were blurring, laking out into the environment. Why me? I asked, my voice sounding hollow, as if it were echoing inside a drum. Because you were the one who listened, the pillar said. The others, they just saw wood, they saw fuel, they saw profit. You saw the blood, you heard the scream, you recognized the name. The red sap reached my chest, and the knot over my heart flared with a blinding white heat. I looked down and saw that the wood grain had broken through the skin entirely. It was a beautiful, intricate whorl of mahogany and obsidian, a perfect seal. The pillar began to lean toward me. It wasn't falling, it was bowing. The wood softened, becoming a pliable, translucent membrane. Inside, I could see the shapes of the crows, their bodies fused into a single dark mass. "The king is dead," the pillar whispered, its mouth inches from my face. "Long live the scribe." The membrane split open. I didn't run, I couldn't, but more than that, I didn't want to. The curiosity that had driven me to the log in the first place, the need to know what was inside the wood, had become a starving hunger. I wanted to be part of the record. I wanted to know every name etched into the roots of the world. I stepped forward into the opening. The interior of the pillar was cold, colder than the frost, colder than the deep creek in winter. It smelled of ancient ice and fresh ink. As the membrane closed behind me, the sound of the world vanished. There was no wind, no birds, no hum, just the sound of a pen scratching on parchment. Scratch, scratch, scratch. I wasn't in a tree anymore. I was in a space that was infinitely large and suffocatingly small at the same time. I was standing on a floor of compressed leaves, and the walls were made of stacked books, their spines bound in human skin and bark. In the center of the room sat a desk made of the same white oak as the pillar, and sitting at the desk was a figure. It was me. But it was a version of me that had been left in the rain for a century. My skin was the color of driftwood, my hair a tangle of lichen and moss. My eyes were gone, replaced by the same weeping knots I had seen on the stick figure on the highway. The other Elias didn't look up. He was writing in a ledger the size of a tractor tire. His pen was a sharpened finger bone, and the ink he used was the black sap, flowing directly from a vein in his wrist. "You're late," the scribe said. His voice was the sound of two stones grinding together. "I didn't want to come," I said, my own voice sounding frail and thin in the presence of the ancient Elias. "None of us do," he replied, finally looking up. The knots in his face leaked a slow trail of black, but the forest is a hungry historian. It doesn't care about your plans. It only cares about the continuity of the shade. He pushed the ledger toward me. The page was blank, except for a single heading at the top, written in a beautiful, flowing script that looked like the veins of a leaf. "The log that bled sap, AT night." "It's your turn," the scribe said, handing me the bone pen. The previous chapter ended with the fire. The next one begins with the diner. You have to write it all down. Every fear, every drop of blood, every second of the transformation. "And if I don't?" The scribe smiled, a horrific parting of gray wooden lips. "Then the forest will find a more cooperative pen, and you will become the paper." He stood up, his joints popping like dry kindling. He walked toward the wall of books and simply merged with it. He flattened out, his limbs becoming a spine, his skin becoming the cover. A new book appeared on the shelf, the Chronicles of the Seventh Carpenter. I sat down at the desk. The chair felt familiar. The weight of the bone pen felt right. I looked at my left wrist. The black sap was pulsing there, right over the radial artery. I touched the pen to my skin and the ink flowed willingly. It didn't hurt. It felt like a release. I began to write. I wrote about the smell of the copper. I wrote about the blue fire. I wrote about the waitress with the sharp voice and the way the truck had turned into a hollow shell. As I wrote, the room began to expand. I could see through the walls of the pillar, out into the clearing. The house was gone now. In its place was a grove of young saplings, their leaves already marked with the names of the people I had known. My truck was a mound of moss. The highway was a distant memory, a gray scar being slowly swallowed by the green. I realized then that I wasn't just writing the past, I was dreaming the future. Every word I put on the page manifested in the woods outside. If I wrote about a storm, the sky darkened. If I wrote about a predator, I could hear the growl in the underbrush. I was the architect of the nightmare. But then I saw something that wasn't in my script. At the edge of the clearing, a man appeared. He was wearing a bright orange vest and carrying a transit level. He was followed by two others in hard hats. They were looking at maps, pointing at the trees, marking the trunks with cans of neon blue spray paint. "Surveyors," I whispered. The ink in my wrist began to boil. The ledger hummed. The forest didn't like the blue paint. The blue was the color of the fire that hadn't worked. It was the color of the outside world, of progress, of the things that didn't listen. The men were talking about a bypass, a 4-lane highway that would cut straight through the heart of the Blackwood. They were talking about clearing the dead wood and draining the creek. I looked at the ledger. I had the power to stop them. I could write a sinkhole under their feet. I could write a swarm of hornets with stings like daggers. I could write the very earth opening up to swallow their transit levels and their neon paint. But the pen hesitated. If I killed them, the forest would grow stronger, the ledger would grow thicker, and I would be trapped in this wooden room for another 1,000 years, writing the obituaries of the world. But if I let them cut, if the saws came back, if the steel bit into the ancient wood, if the concrete covered the black glassy scar. The forest groaned, the walls of the room trembled, and the books on the shelves began to bleed. The sap turned from black back to red, a furious, pulsing crimson. Right, the walls screamed, defend the shade, protect the grain. I looked at the men in the clearing. They were young. One of them was laughing, showing a picture on his phone to his friend. They had no idea they were standing in the mouth of a god. I looked down at the blank space on the page. I didn't write about a sinkhole. I didn't write about the hornets. I began to write about the waitress. I wrote about her driving home, the way the black sap on her fingers wouldn't wash off. I wrote about her stopping at a gas station, touching the pump, touching the clerk's hand, touching the steering wheel of a car heading for the city. I wasn't defending the forest. I was exporting it. The Blackwood didn't need to stay in the valley. It had been trapped here too long, waiting for a scribe who understood the power of a viral narrative. The sap wasn't just blood, it was a pathogen, a story that once heard couldn't be unheard. The scribes before me had tried to keep the forest a secret. They had killed the intruders and hidden the bodies in the wood, but I knew better. The only way to end my watch was to make the forest so large that it didn't need a scribe anymore. I wrote about the ink on the napkin. I wrote about it spreading to the laundry, to the trash, to the water supply. I wrote about the black grain appearing on the walls of suburban homes and the hum starting in the pipes of city high-rises. The pillar around me began to crack. The peace was shattered. The forest realized what I was doing, but it was too late. The words were already on the page. The ink was already in the world. "What have you done?" the voice of the first carpenter wailed from the bookshelves. "I'm giving the trees what they wanted," I said, my voice now a roar of static and wind. "I'm giving them an audience." The pillar exploded. I wasn't in the room anymore. I was everywhere. I was the wind in the leaves, the sap in the roots, and the voice in the ear of every person who had ever felt a chill in the woods. I watched as the surveyors in the clearing dropped their maps. They weren't looking at the trees anymore. They were looking at their hands. The neon blue paint was turning black. It was flowing up their arms, tracing the veins, heading for their hearts. Ilias, one of them, whispered, though he didn't know why he was saying the name. I smiled, a sound like 1,000 branches breaking at once. The ledger was open, the story was out, and the Blackwood was finally ready to go for a walk. The surveyor with the blue paint, a young man named Marcus, stared at his palms. The neon stain didn't just darken, it curdled. It took on the texture of wet soot, then hardened into a series of microscopic ridges that mirrored the grain of the very oak he had been sent to mark for felling. He tried to wipe it on his vest, but the fabric snagged. The orange polyester was already stiffening, the fibers weaving themselves into a tight, fibrous mat that smelled of damp earth and ancient, stagnant water. His partner, a man with a graying beard and a state forestry patch, didn't notice at first. He was too busy looking at the transit level. The elevation is off, the older man muttered, his voice strained. The ground, it's rising, Marcus. I just set the tripod and the bubble is already pinned to the left. The whole ridge is leaning. I watched them through 1,000 ocular knots. I was the vibration in the tripod's legs. I was the shadow stretching out from the base of the pillar to touch their boots. The sensation of being Elias was a fading charcoal sketch, a memory of a man who once worried about property taxes and the price of diesel. Now, I was the infrastructure of the nightmare. I felt the older man's confusion as a dull thrum in my roots. I felt Marcus's rising panic as a sharp, acidic spike in my sap. We need to go, Dave, Marcus whispered. He held up his hand. The black grain had reached his wrist, forming a perfect dark cuff that looked like it had been tattooed by a madman. Look at this. It's not the paint. It's the air. It's the place. Dave looked up, and for a second the forest held its breath. The crows, those black fragments of the pillar's soul, sat motionless on the branches of the dying pines. They didn't caw. They didn't preen. They simply watched with eyes that were now the same milky white as the windows of my dissolving house. Don't be a kid, Dave said, though his voice lacked conviction. He reached out to touch Marcus's hand, and the moment their skin met, the transmission was complete. A spark of black static jumped between them. Dave recoiled, his fingers twitching, but the ink was already under his nails. It moved with predatory grace, a liquid intelligence seeking the marrow. The story, I whispered through the leaves. The sound was a composite of 1,000,000 rustling tongues. It needs to travel. It needs the highway. They turned and ran. They scrambled through the brittle grass, their heavy boots making a sound like hammers on a hollow crate. They didn't look back at the clearing, where the white pillar was now pulsing with a rhythmic, bioluminescent glow, shedding its translucent skin in long, wet ribbons. They didn't see the house fold in on itself, the chimney twisting into a final, defiant middle finger of scorched brick before sinking into the loam. They reached their white utility truck parked on the shoulder of the road. The vehicle looked alien here, too bright, too geometric, a plastic toy left in a prehistoric swamp. Dave fumbled with the keys, his wooden fingers struggling to find the ignition. When the engine finally turned over, the sound was a blasphemy against the silence of the Blackwood. They tore away, the tires spitting gravel, screaming toward the town of Oak Haven. I followed them, not physically. I was rooted to the scorched trench, but through the ledger. Every inch of road they covered was a line of prose I was currently writing with my bone pen in that impossible room beneath the soil. I wrote the friction of the tires. I wrote the sweat on Dave's brow. I wrote the way Marcus gripped the door handle, unaware that his skin was beginning to fuse with the vinyl. As the truck sped away, the forest began to exhale. The gray sky finally broke, but it wasn't rain that fell. It was a fine, soot-like ash that tasted of burnt paper. In Oak Haven, the diner was busy. The lunch rush was a cacophony of ceramic clatter and human chatter. Sarah, the waitress who had touched my napkin, moved between the tables with a grace she no longer felt. Her hand was in her pocket, hidden. She could feel the splinter I had given her growing. It wasn't a piece of wood anymore. It was a heart. It beat against her thigh, a second pulse that was out of sync with her own. She stopped at a booth where two local deputies were nursing cups of coffee. "Refill?" she asked. Her voice was slightly distorted, as if she were speaking through a hollow tube. "Sure, Sarah," the younger deputy said, not looking up from his phone. "Hey, you hear about that guy out on the old Miller place, the one who bought the cabin? Someone said they saw him standing in the middle of his field yesterday, just staring at a stump for 6 hours. Sarah felt a surge of heat in her pocket. The splinter throbbed. He was writing something," she said. The deputy looked up then. He frowned. "You okay, Sarah? You look a little peaked. A little gray." "I'm fine," she said, reaching for the coffee pot. As she tilted it, her sleeve slipped back. The deputy froze. He didn't see a bruise or a tattoo. He saw a knot. A perfect, swirling burl of dark wood embedded in the crook of her elbow. The skin around it puckered and silver like an old scar. But the scar was moving. The rings of the wood were expanding and contracting, breathing. "What the hell is that?" he asked, reaching out instinctively. "It's the record," Sarah said. She didn't sound scared anymore. She sounded hollow. She sounded like me. She let him touch it. The moment his skin met the wood, the diner went silent. The hum, the one that had started in my basement, the one that had driven me to the axe, erupted from the speakers of the jukebox. It vibrated in the sugar shakers. It rattled the silverware. The deputy's eyes went wide. He tried to pull away, but the wood was hungry. A thin, black root hair shot out from the burl and stitched itself into his palm. "The wood remembers the blade," Sarah whispered, quoting the pillar. "The wood cherishes the wound." In the kitchen, the grease on the grill began to smoke, but the smoke didn't rise. It crawled across the floor in thick, serpentine coils, smelling of lilies and overripe peaches. The cook, a man who had spent 40 years flipping burgers, looked down and saw that his spatula was turning to charcoal in his hand, not from the heat, but from the inside out. The contagion was no longer a metaphor. It was a physical rewriting of the world. Back in the Blackwood, I felt the diner go dark. I felt the town of Oak Haven begin to cure. It was a delicious sensation, like a parched throat finally receiving water. I dipped my bone pen into the vein in my wrist and turned the page of the ledger. The next chapter was titled The Arborist's Gospel. I wrote about the telephone lines. I wrote about the copper wires being replaced by vines that carried thoughts instead of electricity. I wrote about the internet, the great, invisible web of the modern world, being intercepted by the mycelium. Every email sent from Oak Haven that afternoon carried a fragment of the code. Every phone call transmitted the hum. The story was no longer confined to the Blackwood. It was being uploaded into the collective consciousness of the state. I looked up from the desk. The room of books was changing again. The walls were no longer made of stacked volumes. They were made of ribs, my ribs. The pillar had become a cathedral of bone and bark, and I was the altar at its center. "You are doing well, scribe," a voice said. It was the first carpenter, but he was no longer a book on the shelf. He was a shadow on the wall, a flickering silhouette of a man with an axe. The spread is efficient. The narrative is aggressive. When does it stop? I asked. My hands were no longer hands. They were gnarled clusters of twigs, the bone pen fused to my grip. It stops when there is no one left to read it, the shadow replied. It stops when the world is a single, unbroken forest, and the only sound is the turning of the rings. I thought of the city. I thought of the millions of people living in concrete boxes, thinking they were safe from the dirt. I thought of the skyscrapers, those steel-end glass towers that looked so much like the pillar I had found. I began to write about the foundations. I wrote about the concrete cracking as the ancient seeds, dormant for 10,000 years, felt the call of the scribe. I wrote about the roots pushing through the subways, the vines strangling the power grids, the green fire consuming the neon. In my mind's eye, I saw a woman in a high-rise in the city, 300 miles away. She was watering a potted fern on her desk. She didn't notice the way the fern's leaves were turning a deep, bruised black. She didn't notice the way the water in the pot was becoming thick and viscous, like blood. She touched a leaf. She felt a prick, a tiny, insignificant splinter. She sucked on her finger, tasting the salt and the copper, and then she heard it. The hum. It was faint at first, a low-frequency vibration beneath the sound of the air conditioning, but it grew. It synchronized with her heartbeat. She looked at her computer screen, and the text of her spreadsheet began to shift. The numbers turned into names. The names turned into scenes. She saw a man in a scorched clearing, sitting at a wooden desk, writing her life into existence. She screamed, but the sound that came out of her throat wasn't a human cry. It was the creak of a heavy limb in a storm. I smiled, and the ink flowed faster. The red sap was now a lake around my desk, a sea of potential history. I could see the faces of everyone who was being drafted. I saw the surveyors, Dave and Marcus, huddled in their truck in the middle of a road that had turned into a river of mud and roots. They were crying, but their tears were black. I saw the waitress, Sarah, standing in the middle of the diner, her body now a beautiful, terrifying statue of mahogany, her arms reaching for the ceiling like branches. The customers were kneeling around her, their skin turning to bark, their eyes becoming the knots that would watch the coming centuries. The Blackwood wasn't a place anymore. It was a condition. I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my chest, the only human feeling I had left. It was the knot over my heart. It was cracking open. The seal is breaking, the shadow of the first carpenter whispered, his voice full of a terrible, holy awe. The scribe is becoming the word. I looked down at my chest. The mahogany whorl was splitting, revealing a hollow cavity filled with white light, but it wasn't the light of the sun. It was the light of a blank page. I reached into the cavity with my twig fingers and pulled out a handful of seeds. They were shaped like human teeth, and they glowed with a cold, pale fire. The epilogue, I whispered. My voice was no longer a sound, it was a command. I threw the seeds into the air. They didn't fall. They floated, caught in the updraft of the forest's hunger. They flew out of the pillar, out of the clearing, and into the gray, ashen sky. They were heading for the wind currents. They were heading for the clouds. Soon it would rain, and every drop would carry a seed. Every drop would carry a word. I turned back to the ledger. There was only one page left. I didn't write about the forest anymore. I didn't write about the transformation or the blood or the screams. I wrote about a boy in a city that hadn't been touched yet, a boy who found a strange, smooth stone in a park, a stone that felt like wood, a stone that hummed when he held it to his ear. I wrote about him taking it home, putting it on his nightstand, and falling asleep to the sound of the wind. I wrote about the dream he would have, a dream of a man in a cabin, a man with a saw, and a log that bled sap at night. I was ensuring the loop. I was planting the next scribe. The room began to dissolve. The desk, the books, the walls of ribs, they were all turning into a fine golden dust. I felt myself thinning out, my consciousness expanding until I was the atmosphere itself. I was the Blackwood, and the Blackwood was everything. As the last of my Eliasness evaporated, I saw the surveyor's truck one last time. It was stalled on the highway, completely engulfed in a riot of emerald and obsidian vines. Dave and Marcus were gone, replaced by two perfectly formed saplings that swayed in the breeze. The highway was gone. The world was quiet. I picked up the pen for the final time. My hand was almost transparent now, a ghost of a branch. I wrote the last sentence of the record. The forest is a closed loop, and the needle has finally reached the end of the groove. I closed the ledger. The thud of the cover echoed across the world, a sound like a giant axe striking the root of the sun. And then there was only the shade. The silence that followed the closing of the ledger was not the absence of sound, but the presence of a weight so heavy it flattened the very concept of noise. In the space where my lungs had once expanded with the frantic, shallow breaths of a dying man, there was now only the slow, tectonic pressure of rings hardening. I was no longer Elias. Elias was a discarded husk, a seasonal shedding of bark left at the foot of a monument that now spanned the horizon of the collective mind. I felt the town of Oak Haven settle into its new skin. It wasn't a sudden death, but a long, rhythmic conversion. At the diner, the smell of burnt coffee and grease had been replaced by the sharp, medicinal tang of pine resin and the cloying sweetness of rot. The customers didn't fall, they rooted. Their legs fused, their denim and flannel turning into rough, gray cork. The deputy who had touched Sarah's arm was now a pillar of silver birch, his service weapon gripped in a hand that had become a gnarl of unyielding oak. The metal of the gun was being eaten, the iron returning to the earth as rust, while the wood grew around it, swallowing the violence of the old world in a slow, vegetative shrug. I could feel every point of contact where the story had touched a soul. It was like a map of nerves laid out across the valley, a glowing grid of infection. Each person who had heard the hum was a node, a fresh sprout in the expansion. In the city, the woman with the fern was the first to tilt her head toward the window. The skyscraper around her groaned, not the groan of steel under wind, but the groan of a living thing being stretched. The rebar in the concrete was beginning to pulse. I had written the iron into veins. I had written the glass into translucent leaves that drank the smog and turned it into a thick, black nectar. She looked down at her hands. The splinter had reached her heart, and with it came the memory of the cabin. She saw the log. She saw the axe. She felt the spray of the sap against her face, though she had never left her office on the 42nd floor. "It's time to go for a walk," she whispered. Her voice was the sound of a dry leaf skittering across a sidewalk. She walked to the window. The glass didn't shatter. It parted like a curtain of water. She stepped out into the air, but she didn't fall. A vine, thick as a redwood's trunk, erupted from the floor below, catching her, weaving a cradle of thorns and blossoms that carried her down toward the street. Below her, the gridlock of taxis and buses was being reclaimed. The asphalt was buckling as the state forestry trucks I had written into the narrative began to sprout real branches from their tailpipes. I watched through her eyes and through a million others. I was the passenger and the vehicle. Back in the clearing, the pillar, my former prison, was now a hollow shell. The white light I had seen in my chest had bled out into the world, turning the sky a bruised, permanent violet. The first carpenter's shadow was fading, his purpose served. He was a ghost of a previous edition, a footnote in a book that had now become the library. The scribe is the word. The shadow hissed one last time, a sound like wind through a flute made of bone. Then he vanished into the grain of the air. I turned my attention to the boy, the one I had planted in the epilogue. He was in a suburb called Willow Creek, a name that was about to become literal. He sat on his bed, holding the stone I had sent through the currents of thought. He was 10 years old, his mind still soft, still porous. He was the perfect soil. He felt the hum. He didn't fight it the way I had. He didn't reach for an axe or a bottle of whiskey. He closed his eyes and let the vibration settle into his marrow. He saw the clearing. He saw the desk. He saw the figure of a man, me becoming the wind. "Hello," the boy whispered. I didn't answer with words. I answered with the scent of damp earth. I answered with the sound of 1,000 branches breaking at once in a distant forest. I gave him the first sentence of his own watch. The log was waiting for him before he was even born. I felt him shiver, a delicious ripple of fear that fed the roots under his house. The floorboards beneath his bed began to weep. A dark, viscous liquid seeped from the wood, smelling of ancient secrets. He reached down and touched it, his small fingers turning black. The cycle was secure. The blackwood didn't need a boundary anymore because there was no outside left to define it. I looked at the ledger one last time before it dissolved completely into my essence. The pages were blank now, but I could see the ink moving beneath the surface, waiting for the boy to pick up the pen. My pen, the one made of my own radius bone. The transition was almost complete. My consciousness was fraying, becoming a series of sensations rather than thoughts. I felt the thirst of the roots in Oakhaven. I felt the hunger of the vines in the city. I felt the slow, patient growth of the burl in the deputy's chest. There was a moment of lingering grief, a ghost of Elias wondering if he could have done it differently, if he could have burned the cabin down the first night, if he could have drowned himself in the creek before he touched the first page. But then I felt the sap rise. It was a surge of pure, unadulterated power. It was the feeling of a story finally being told correctly, without the interference of human morality or fear. The forest wasn't evil, it was simply inevitable. It was the climax of a narrative that had started when the first lung breathed air and found it too thin. The sky over the world began to darken, but not with clouds. The canopy was closing. The great celestial branches were weaving together, blotting out the stars, creating a cathedral of shadows that would never know the sun again. In the diner, Sarah, the mahogany statue, opened her wooden eyes. She looked at the transformed customers, her congregation of bark and thorn. "The scribe has finished the chapter," she said, her voice a chorus of rustling leaves. "Now we begin the long winter of the dream." They all bowed their heads. The hum reached a crescendo, a single, vibrating note that shattered every remaining piece of glass in Oakhaven. I felt the last of my ego snap. It was like a dry twig under a heavy boot. I wasn't the man at the desk. I wasn't the man with the saw. I was the grain. I was the sap. I was the dark heart of the wood beating in the chest of the world. The ledger was gone, the desk was gone, the clearing was gone. There was only the blackwood, and it was finally beautifully silent. Somewhere in the new dark of a suburban bedroom, a boy picked up a piece of bone and began to write on his bedsheets. The ink was black and it smelled of home. In the beginning, the boy wrote, his voice merging with mine. There was a log that bled sap at night. The loop closed, the forest exhaled. And then we went for a walk. The walk was not taken with legs, but with the creeping expansion of root tips pushing through the soft loam of human infrastructure. I was the vibration in the sidewalk. I was the microscopic fracture in the cooling tower of a nuclear plant 3 counties over. To be the Blackwood was to be a cartographer of decay, remapping the world in shades of moss and iron gall ink. In Oak Haven, the transformation had reached its architectural zenith. The diner didn't just house the wooden statues of its patrons. It was becoming a hollowed-out stump of steel and glass. The neon sign outside, which had once buzzed with the frantic energy of ionized gas, now flickered with a bioluminescent pulse. The E in EAT had fallen away, leaving a jagged gap that looked like a bite mark in the sky. Inside, the sugar shakers had burst, not with sweetness, but with spores that hung in the air like a localized fog. Sarah, her mahogany skin polished to a mirror sheen by the humid breath of the converted, felt the shift. She felt the scribe withdraw, leaving behind a vacuum that the forest rushed to fill. She stepped off the linoleum, her feet making the heavy, rhythmic thud of a falling branch. She walked toward the door, her movements fluid yet creaky, the sound of a ship's hull groaning in a heavy sea. The deputy, now a slender birch with limbs that twitched in a phantom wind, followed her. They were the first of the walkers, the heralds of the new ecology. Behind them, the cook, whose spatula had fused into a charred wooden claw, abandoned the grill. The smell of frying meat was gone, replaced by the scent of ozone and wet cedar. They stepped out into the street. The sun was a pale, filtered memory behind the thickening canopy that had woven itself across the valley. The air was heavy, pressurized by the sheer volume of oxygen being pumped out by the rapidly mutating flora. Every breath a human took now was a contract signed in green ink. "The scribe has moved to the city," Sarah whispered. Her voice didn't travel through the air. It traveled through the root system beneath the asphalt. The deputy nodded, his leaves shivering. In the city, the lady from the 42nd floor reached the pavement. She was no longer wearing her silk blouse or her tailored slacks. Her skin had sloughed off in long, fibrous strips, revealing a pale, sap-slicked interior that hardened the moment the city air touched it. She stood in the middle of a 6-lane intersection, a beautiful, terrifying spire of willow flesh. Around her, the taxis had stalled. The drivers weren't shouting anymore. They were leaning out of their windows, their eyes wide and glassy, watching the cracks in the road. From those cracks, the state forestry began its true work. I felt the concrete groan. It was a low-frequency moan that vibrated in the teeth of everyone within 5 miles. Then the eruption began. It wasn't a slow growth. It was an explosion of biological intent. A root the size of a subway car burst through the center of the intersection, tossing a yellow cab into the air like a toy. It was followed by a thicket of black, thorny vines that lashed out, seeking the steel of the surrounding buildings. The skyscrapers were the true prizes. They were the mock pillars, the false trees that humans had built in defiance of the dirt. The Blackwood hated them with a prehistoric jealousy. I felt the vines find purchase on the glass. I felt the tiny, hair-like tendrils find the microscopic pores in the stone, anchoring themselves, beginning the long climb toward the clouds. The woman looked up. She saw the glass of the nearby bank building begin to ripple. The reflections of the clouds were being replaced by the image of a vast, dark woods. The building wasn't just being covered, it was being digested. The steel girders inside were being infused with lignin, turning the skeleton of the city into a petrified forest of unimaginable scale. "It's beautiful," she said, though she had no tongue to speak with. The thought vibrated through the mycelium, joining the collective hum. I was there too. I was the shadow between the buildings. I was the sap leaking from the cracks in the sidewalk. I felt a sudden, sharp connection to the boy in Willow Creek. He had finished his first sentence. The ink on his bedsheets was spreading, forming a map of a place that didn't exist yet, a geography of the future. He was sitting on the floor now, his back against the wall. The wall was warm. It was breathing. He could hear the termites in the wood, but they weren't eating. They were building. They were carving intricate runes into the studs behind the drywall, an architectural gospel that would ensure the house never fell, even as the world around it dissolved. "Is it always going to be dark?" the boy asked. He wasn't talking to his parents. They were in the living room, frozen in front of a television that was now broadcasting a single, unchanging image, a close-up of a wood grain that seemed to move like a slow-motion river. "The dark is just the underside of a leaf," I whispered into his mind. He nodded, accepting the logic. He picked up the bone pen. It felt heavy, filled with the weight of all the stories that had ever been written and all the ones that would never be. He looked at the smooth stone on his nightstand. It was glowing now, a soft, pulsating amber. He began to write the second sentence. The boy knew that the trees were not coming for the people, but for the space the people occupied. I felt the truth of it ripple through me. The Blackwood didn't care about the humans, not really. We were just the medium. We were the ink. We were the temporary vessels for a narrative that had been seeking a voice since the first seed fell into the cooling crust of the earth. We were being used to bridge the gap between the silent, slow world of the plant and the fast, loud world of the animal. The result was a hybrid reality, a kingdom of the cured. As the boy wrote, I felt the city of Chicago begin to tilt, not physically, but ontologically. The reality of the skyscrapers was being overwritten by the reality of the clearing. People walking down Michigan Avenue suddenly found themselves stepping onto moss instead of concrete. The sound of sirens was replaced by the low, mournful lowing of the wind through the hollowed-out shells of office buildings. I saw a businessman in a three-piece suit stop in his tracks. He looked at his briefcase. It was made of leather, the skin of a dead beast. He felt a sudden, overwhelming revulsion. He dropped the case. As it hit the ground, it didn't spill papers. It burst into a swarm of black butterflies that smelled of old books. He watched them fly up toward the closing canopy, his face breaking into a smile of pure, lobotomized joy. He reached up to his neck and loosened his tie. As he pulled it away, his skin came with it, revealing the bark beneath. He didn't scream. He simply stood there, becoming a decorative cedar in front of a luxury hotel. The contagion was moving faster now, riding the air currents I had seeded. Every person who looked at a screen, every person who answered a phone, every person who breathed the spores was being drafted into the great record. I felt a brief flicker of resistance. It was far away, in a laboratory or a bunker. A group of men in white suits were looking at a monitor, trying to analyze the biological anomaly. They were talking about fire. They were talking about chemical defoliants. They were talking about containing the outbreak. I laughed, and the sound caused a minor earthquake in Oak Haven. They thought they were outside the story. They thought they were the readers. observing the text from a safe distance. They didn't realize that the white suits they wore were made of cotton, a plant. They didn't realize that the air they were breathing was being recycled through filters that were already clogged with my spores. I reached out through the mycelium, finding the fibers of their clothing. I felt the cotton remember the field. I felt the fibers yearn for the sun and the rain. In the laboratory, one of the men looked down at his sleeve. A small green shoot was pushing through the fabric of his shoulder. He reached out to pluck it, but his fingers were already turning to wood. He tried to speak, but his mouth was full of sawdust. "The wood cherishes the wound," I whispered through the intercom system. The monitors flickered and died, replaced by the image of the pillar. The men in the room didn't die. They simply stopped being men. They became a cluster of pale, sightless fungi, growing in the dark of their own hubris. The resistance was over before it had even begun. The world was too full of wood to fight the forest. The chairs, the tables, the houses, the books, the very paper money in the vaults, it was all a sleeper cell, waiting for the scribe to wake it up. I turned back to the boy. He was struggling with the third sentence. The bone pen was vibrating in his hand, fighting him. The story wanted to be told, but it was a heavy thing for a 10-year-old to carry. "It hurts," he whimpered. "The growth always hurts," I told him. "Think of the seed. It has to burst. It has to be destroyed to become the tree." He gripped the pen tighter. His knuckles were turning into knots of pine. He looked at the bedsheet, where the ink was now forming the shape of a face. It was my face. The face of Elias, the man who had started it all with an axe and a sense of curiosity. The boy looked into my eyes on the fabric. "What happens at the end?" he asked. "There is no end," I said. "There is only the turning of the rings. There is only the long, slow history of the shade." He took a deep breath, and I felt the spores settle into his lungs, blooming like tiny, dark flowers. He leaned over the sheet and wrote with a frantic, desperate energy. "The scribe is a ghost who lives in the grain, and every house is a coffin waiting to sprout." The moment he finished the sentence, the house in Willow Creek shuddered. The roof split open as a massive oak branch erupted from the attic, reaching for the violet sky. The neighborhood was silent, save for the sound of 1,000 houses being torn apart by the growth within them. I felt a surge of triumph. The arborist's gospel was no longer a chapter in a book. It was the law of the land. I looked out over the world I had written. It was a sea of green and black, a tangled, breathing tapestry of life that had no need for the sun. The cities were mounds of vine-covered stone, like the ruins of a civilization that had been gone for 1,000,000 years. The roads were gone, replaced by the slow, meandering paths of the walkers. Sarah was leading a procession through the ruins of a shopping mall. They weren't looking for food or clothes. They were looking for places to root. They found a fountain in the center of the mall, its water long since turned to sap. They gathered around it, their limbs intertwining, their voices rising in a wordless hum that shook the remaining glass from the skylights. They were the new forest floor. I felt myself drifting further away from the concept of I, the Elias ghost, was a thin, tattered thing now, a piece of parchment caught in a gale. I was becoming the background radiation of the blackwood. I was the itch in the bark and the rot in the root. But I had one more task. I needed to see the log, the original one, the one that had bled. I shifted my consciousness back to the blackwood, to the scorched clearing where it had all begun. The cabin was gone, reclaimed by the earth. The desk was gone, but the log remained. It lay in the center of the clearing, a massive obsidian black trunk. It wasn't bleeding anymore. It was glowing. The sap had crystallized into a shell of amber, and inside the amber I could see something moving. It was a heart, a massive wooden heart, beating with the slow, deliberate rhythm of the planet. With every beat, a wave of information pulsed out, through the roots, through the vines, through the cured, and into the boy's pen. This was the source. This was the engine of the narrative. I realized then that I hadn't found the log. The log had found me. It had been waiting in that basement for decades, a dormant seed of a different reality, waiting for a man with enough sorrow and enough silence to give it a voice. I moved toward it, my transparent, branch-like hands reaching out. I wanted to touch it one last time. I wanted to know what the final word was. As my fingers met the amber, the world vanished. I wasn't in the clearing. I wasn't in the city. I wasn't in the boy's room. I was inside the grain. It was a cathedral of infinite dimensions. Every ring was a century, every knot a tragedy. I saw the rise and fall of empires I had never heard of, civilizations of wood and bone that had existed before the first stone tool was ever knapped. I saw the first carpenter, not as a shadow, but as a man of light, carving the first world out of a block of primordial dark. He looked at me. He didn't have a face, but I felt his recognition. "You have finished the draft," he said. His voice was the sound of a forest growing in fast forward. "Is it done?" I asked. "The story is never done," he said. "It is only handed off. You have provided the bridge. Now the forest can speak for itself." He held out a hand. In his palm was a small black seed. It looked like a human eye. "One more thing," he said. "The scribe must always leave a signature." I understood. I took the seed. I didn't plant it in the ground. I planted it in the center of my own fading consciousness. I felt a final, agonizing burst of growth. My memories, my name, my lingering grief for the world of concrete and cold air, it was all consumed. It was the fuel for the final bloom. In the city, the woman who had been a willow felt a sudden, sharp pain in her chest. She looked down and saw a flower blooming from her heart. It was a deep, bruised purple, and its petals were made of the same paper as the ledger. On the petals, in a handwriting that was unmistakably mine, was a single word. Remember. In Willow Creek, the boy stopped writing. He looked at the bedsheet, which was now a solid mass of black ink. He felt a presence in the room, a warm, protective shadow. "Lilias," he whispered. The wind through the oak branch in the attic answered him. It wasn't a name, but it was a promise. The boy smiled. He climbed off the bed and walked to the window. He looked out at the world of shadows and green fire. He didn't see a wasteland. He saw a garden. He reached out and touched the glass. It turned to wood beneath his hand. "It's time for the next chapter," he said. I watched him from the grain, from the sap, from the heart of the log. I was the silence between his words. I was the ink in his pen. The Blackwood was no longer a place. It was the only place. And as the last human light flickered out in some distant, forgotten bunker, the forest finally began to sing. It wasn't a hum anymore. It was a melody, ancient and slow, a song of rings and roots and the long, beautiful dark. The scribe was gone. The word was everywhere. The log that bled sap at night had finally stopped its weeping. It was whole. It was the world. And the world was good. The song of the forest was not a harmony as humans understood it. It was a structural vibration, a tectonic shifting of lignin against lignin. It moved through the marrow of the cured, turning their remaining thoughts into the slow, pressurized pulses of a deep-sea current. In the heart of what had once been Chicago, the Willow Woman felt the melody as a phantom limb, a memory of music she had once heard on a radio, now amplified until it shattered the glass of her internal monologue. She was no longer a woman who remembered the taste of coffee or the sting of a deadline. She was a biological antenna, her sweeping branches catching the data spores that drifted from the high canopy. The skyscrapers, now fully digested, had become the great spires. They were no longer steel and stone. They were calcified towers of petrified wood, their windows replaced by translucent membranes that breathed with the rhythm of the city's new lungs. Inside the lobbies, where marble floors had once reflected the hurried feet of commerce, thick carpets of bioluminescent moss provided a soft, emerald glow. The elevators were gone, replaced by spiral staircases of living root that moved of their own accord, carrying the walkers up into the humid, oxygen-rich heights. The man who had been a businessman, the one who had dropped his briefcase to release a cloud of ink-stained butterflies, now stood on the observation deck of the Sears Tower, or what remained of it. His skin was a rugged, charcoal-colored bark, and his eyes had retreated into deep, knot-like hollows. He didn't look at the horizon with a sense of loss. He looked at the vast, undulating carpet of green that stretched toward the Great Lakes, which were no longer bodies of water, but basins of thick, nutrient-rich resin. He felt the connection to the others, the thousands of walkers moving through the canyons of the city. They were a single organism now, a sprawling, urban thicket. The scribe's signature, the word remember etched into the purple flowers blooming from their chests, acted as a lingering tether to the old world, but it was a tether that was fraying. To remember was to acknowledge a before and an after, but the Blackwood existed in a perpetual, seasonal now. Back in Willow Creek, the boy, the second scribe, was no longer sitting on his floor. His bedroom had expanded, the walls pushing outward as the oak in the attic thickened its girth. The house was a hollowed-out trunk, a sanctuary of amber light. The bedsheets, saturated with the black ink of the arborist's gospel, had fused with the floorboards, creating a dark, shimmering pool of narrative. The boy stood over the pool, his feet dissolving into the liquid history. He wasn't writing with the bone pen anymore. He didn't need to. The thoughts simply bled from his mind into the ink pool, where they took shape as three-dimensional shadows. He saw the image of his parents in the living room. They were no longer the people who had tucked him in or scolded him for messy rooms. They were twin pillars of dogwood, their branches interlaced in a permanent wooden embrace. They were beautiful in their stillness, their faces smoothed over by a layer of fine, silver bark. They were the furniture of the new world, and he felt a profound sense of peace knowing they would never leave him, because they could no longer move. "The story is hungry," the boy whispered. His voice was a dry rattle, the sound of dead leaves scuttling across a porch. The ink pool rippled. A shape emerged, a figure made of twisted briars and wet earth. It was a manifestation of the Elia's ghost, a residual echo of the man who had first touched the log. It had no eyes, only two pits filled with glowing sap. "Feed it the silence," the briar figure commanded. The boy nodded. He reached into the air and caught a drifting spore. As his wooden fingers crushed it, a vision flooded his mind. He saw the bunkers, the last pockets of the uncured. He saw the men in their sterile rooms, watching the monitors as the green tide rose against their reinforced doors. He felt their fear, a sharp, acidic flavor that the Blackwood found distasteful. It was a contaminant in the soil. They are the weeds, the boy said. They are the compost, the briar figure corrected. Across the continent, the process of reclamation reached its fever pitch. The highways, those long, gray scars across the Earth's skin, were being pulled apart. Massive taproots, some miles long, threaded themselves beneath the asphalt, heaving it upward in jagged plates. From the cracks, prehistoric ferns and towering redwoods erupted, erasing the geometry of human travel. The cars were swallowed whole, their rusted frames serving as trellises for climbing ivy. The gasoline in their tanks was broken down by specialized fungi, converted into a sweet, flammable nectar that the trees used to ward off the remaining insects of the old world. In the laboratories the scribe had visited in his mind, the end was quiet. There was no grand explosion, no cinematic last stand. The air filtration systems, clogged with the fine, powdery dust of the blackwood, simply ceased to function. The scientists didn't suffocate, they transitioned. As they gasped for air, they drew in the concentrated essence of the forest. The lignin began to coat their lungs, turning their breath into a slow, internal crystallization. One researcher, a woman who had spent her life studying the genetic markers of extinction, looked at her hands. They were turning a pale, sickly yellow, the color of old parchment. She tried to type a final warning into her computer, but her fingers were too thick, too rigid. The keys clicked uselessly beneath her wooden touch. She looked at the screen, and instead of the data she expected, she saw a reflection of a forest she had seen in a dream as a child. A forest where the shadows had teeth, and the light felt like a heavy blanket. She leaned back in her chair, which was already sprouting small white mushrooms. She felt a strange, detached curiosity. The fear was gone, replaced by a profound biological acceptance. She was becoming part of the great record. Her life's work, her memories of the university, her love for her children, it was all being compressed into a single ring of growth. She would be a footnote in the history of the shade. Is this death? She wondered. No, a voice whispered from the air vent. It was the collective hum of the collective. This is the harvest. By the time the sun set, a sun that could no longer reach the ground through the triple canopy of the global forest, the transition was nearly complete. The state forestry had succeeded beyond its wildest, most ancient dreams. The planet was a sphere of pulsing, dark life, a green jewel encased in a shell of oxygen and moisture. Sarah, the mahogany-skinned herald, stood at the edge of the ocean. The Atlantic was no longer a barrier. The blackwood had begun to grow into the surf, the roots adapting to the salt, forming massive, floating islands of mangrove-like structures that stretched toward the horizon. The whales and dolphins, sensing the shift, rose to the surface, their skin already showing the first signs of the green bloom. The ocean was becoming a liquid forest, a deep, dark wood of kelp and coral wood. Sarah raised her arms, which were now long, elegant boughs dripping with Spanish moss. She felt the scribe, the new scribe, the boy, connecting with her through the mycelium. The first chapter is closed, the boy's thought vibrated through her. And the second, Sarah asked, her leaves rustling in the wind. The second is the long sleep, the boy replied. In the scorched clearing where the original log lay, the amber shell had grown until it was the size of a small house. The heart within it beat with a deafening, rhythmic thud that could be felt in the bedrock. The Elia's ghost, the tattered remnant of the man who had started it all, stood before the amber. He was almost transparent now, a wisp of smoke caught in the branches. He reached out and placed his hand on the warm, glowing surface. He felt the history of the world, the real history, the one written in the soil, flowing through him. He saw the dinosaurs as brief, flickering sparks. He saw the ice ages as a cooling of the sap. He saw the rise of humans as a localized infection, a temporary fever that the earth had finally broken. He looked into the heart of the log and saw a face. It wasn't his face, or the boy's face, or Sarah's. It was a face made of every leaf, every root, and every drop of sap in the world. It was the face of the Blackwood. "Am I forgiven?" Elias asked. The heart beat once, a sound like a mountain cracking. "There is no sin in the forest," the voice of the log resonated. "There is only the growth and the decay. You were the axe, and now you are the handle. You have served your purpose." The Elias ghost felt a final, cooling sensation. The grief that had driven him to the woods, the memory of his wife's funeral, the sound of the dirt hitting her coffin, it all dissolved. It was just carbon. It was just nitrogen. It was fuel. He stepped forward, not away from the amber, but into it. His form merged with the crystallized sap, becoming a permanent inclusion in the heart of the world. He was the signature at the end of the draft. In the city, the lights of the old world finally failed. The power grids, untended and overgrown, flickered and died. For a few seconds, there was a true, profound darkness. But then the bioluminescence took over. The great spires began to glow with a soft, pulsing blue. The moss on the streets radiated a gentle gold. The flowers on the chests of the cured opened wide, casting a violet light onto the bark of their neighbors. It was a world of neon nature, a place where the dark was never empty. The walkers began to move in unison, a slow, coordinated migration toward the spires. They were no longer individuals. They were the white blood cells of the new ecology. They would tend the gardens, they would clear the rot, and they would stand as silent sentinels against the stars. The boy in Willow Creek closed his eyes. The ink pool had risen to his chest, and he felt the stories of 7 billion people swirling around him, being distilled into a single, unified narrative. He saw the future, 1,000,000 years of green peace, a world where the only sound was the wind and the only law was the light. He felt a sudden, sharp pang of something he couldn't quite name. It was the last vestige of his humanity, a tiny, flickering spark of the boy who had once liked comic books and chocolate milk. He held on to it for a fraction of a second, a final goodbye to the species he had helped erase. Then he let it go. The spark was swallowed by the ink. The boy's eyes turned solid black, like polished obsidian. He looked at the wall of his room, which was now a tapestry of living wood. He saw a small, crawling thing, a beetle, its shell iridescent and strange. He reached out and let it crawl onto his wooden finger. "The scribe is dead," the boy whispered to the beetle. The beetle clicked its mandibles in agreement. "Long live the wood," the boy said. The sound of his voice triggered a final global reaction. From the heart of the original log to the furthest floating island in the Pacific, the Blackwood let out a collective sigh. The pressure in the air stabilized. The temperature settled into a permanent, humid warmth. The great record was complete. The world was no longer a place of buildings and books. It was a single, massive, bleeding log, floating in the void of space. And inside the grain, the story continued to write itself, ring by ring, century by century, in the silent, beautiful dark. The scribe was everywhere, and the scribe was nowhere. The transformation was absolute. The silence was perfect. And somewhere in the deep, subterranean reaches of the earth, the roots continued to dig, seeking the very core of the planet, wanting to turn the iron heart of the world into a seed that would one day sprout among the stars. The log that bled sap at night was no longer a mystery. It was the truth. It was the only truth left. As the violet light of the heart flowers bathed the ruins of the old world, the first true night of the new era began. It was a night without fear, a night without end, and a night where every living thing was finally, irrevocably home. The trees didn't just have ears, they had memories. They didn't just have limbs, they had purpose. And in the center of it all, the boy who had written the world into being simply stood, a small wooden statue in a house of thorns, watching the moon rise through the branches of his own ceiling. The moon, too, looked different now, paler, greener, as if even the heavens were beginning to catch the scent of the sap. The story was done, the forest was speaking, and for the first time in history, there was no one left to interrupt. The boy's feet were no longer feet. They were a complex network of fibrous capillaries, drinking deeply from the ink pool that had once been his bedroom floor. He felt the house groan, not the structural complaint of seasoned timber, but the stretching of living cells. The drywall had been replaced by a layered, leathery bark that pulsed with a faint, rhythmic heat. Outside, the neighborhood of Willow Creek had vanished into a cathedral of interlocking branches. The streetlights were choked by thick, hanging vines that had crushed the glass and replaced the hum of electricity with the soft, bioluminescent glow of fungal colonies. He looked at the beetle on his finger. Its shell reflected the violet light of the flower in his own chest. He realized then that the beetle was not an insect in the old sense. It was a mobile seed, a carrier of the Blackwood's intent. It scurried up his wooden arm, its tiny claws clicking against his bark skin, and settled into the hollow of his shoulder. He felt its hunger, a small, sharp craving for the uncured pockets he had sensed earlier. The boy, the second scribe, closed his eyes and expanded his consciousness. He didn't just see through his own eyes, he saw through every leaf in the township. He saw the woman who had once been his teacher, Mrs. Gable. She was standing in her garden, or what had been her garden. She was a silver birch now, her white bark etched with the algebraic formulas she had taught for 30 years. Her branches were heavy with fruit that looked like human ears, pressed against the wind, listening for the stray frequencies of the old world. "The frequency is fading," the boy murmured. He felt a sudden, discordant vibration. It was coming from the west, a sharp, metallic screech that tore through the structural harmony of the forest. It was a broadcast. Somewhere in a deep, lead-lined bunker beneath the Rockies, a high-gain antenna had been raised. A human voice, brittle and terrified, was cutting through the green silence. "Mayday, Mayday, this is Cheyenne Mountain. Is anyone receiving? We have biological encroachment on level 4. The ventilation is compromised. If anyone is out there, if there are any survivors of the initial spore burst, do not breathe the air. I repeat, do not." The boy felt the Blackwood flinch. The voice was like a needle pricking a giant, sensitive skin. It wasn't just a sound, it was a rejection. The forest didn't hate the voice, but it could not coexist with the defiance it represented. The uncured were a knot in the grain, a pocket of rot that refused to become compost. "They are still fighting," the briar figure said, its voice rising from the ink pool at the boy's feet. The manifestation of Elias was denser now, more physical, its limbs made of wet, black soil and petrified roots. They cling to the cold air and the concrete. They think the bunker is a fortress. They do not realize it is a pot. "I can feel them," the boy said. "They are afraid of the dark." "Then give them the light," the Elias ghost commanded. "The violet light. Show them the signature." The boy reached out his hand. He didn't move his body, but his intent traveled through the mycelial network, a lightning-fast pulse of data moving through the roots that span the continent. He bypassed the ruined cities and the reclaimed highways, following the deep taproots that had already begun to encircle the foundations of the mountain fortress. He felt the mountain. It was a massive, stubborn tooth of granite, but even granite has pores. Even the strongest steel has seams. The blackwood didn't need to break the doors. It simply needed to wait for the moisture to find a way in, and the moisture always found a way. Inside the bunker, the air was thick with the scent of ozone and old sweat. The scientists and soldiers were huddled around monitors that showed nothing but static and green flickering. They saw the great spires of the cities, but they didn't recognize them as life. They saw them as a planetary tumor. The man at the radio, a colonel with eyes bloodshot from lack of sleep, screamed into the headset. "Is there anyone? Washington, London, Tokyo." A small purple flower began to grow from the center of his console. It didn't burst through the plastic. It grew out of it, as if the molecules of the computer were rearranging themselves into petals. The colonel froze. He watched as the flower opened, its bruised purple center glowing with a soft, hypnotic light. On the petals, in a handwriting that looked like a child, S was the word, remember. The colonel reached for his sidearm, but his holster was gone. It had turned into a cluster of shelf fungus. He looked at his hands. His fingernails were turning into hard, translucent sap. "It's not an infection," the colonel whispered, his voice losing its edge, becoming a dry rustle. It's an invitation." He slumped back into his chair. The metal of the seat began to soften, wrapping around him like the roots of an old willow. He felt the fear drain out of him, replaced by a massive, overwhelming sense of belonging. The memories of his training, his rank, his missions, they were being filed away into the great record. He wasn't a soldier anymore. He was a nutrient. The boy in Willow Creek felt the mountain go quiet. The discordant vibration stopped. The structural harmony of the forest returned, deeper and more resonant than before. The knot in the grain had been smoothed over. "The last pocket?" the boy asked. "One of many," the briar figure replied, "but the largest. The world is finally breathing with one set of lungs." The boy stepped out of the ink pool. His legs were long and spindly, like the legs of a heron, made of polished mahogany. He walked toward the window of his house trunk. He didn't need to open the glass. The glass simply dissolved into a fine, shimmering mist of spores as he approached. He looked out at the world. The sky was no longer blue. It was a deep, vibrant indigo, the color of a twilight that would never end. The stars were visible, but they looked different, larger, more liquid, as if seen through the lens of a great global eye. He saw the walkers moving through the trees below. They were beautiful. Their bark skin was etched with the stories of their lives, their branches adorned with the flowers of their memories. They moved with a slow, deliberate grace, tending to the smaller plants, clearing the paths, singing the structural melody of the wood. They were the gardeners and the garden. Sarah the Herald appeared at the edge of his vision. She was moving through the canopy, her long, mossy arms swinging from branch to branch with effortless strength. She landed on the ledge of his window, her eyes, now two glowing pools of amber, fixing on his. "The scribe," she said. Her voice was the sound of 1,000 leaves turning at once. "The herald," the boy replied. "The migration is beginning," Sarah said. "The roots have reached the core. The world is ready to bloom." The boy felt a tremor beneath his feet. It wasn't an earthquake, it was a heartbeat. The original log, miles away in the clearing, had reached its final stage of gestation. The amber shell was cracking. "What happens when it blooms?" the boy asked. "The earth becomes a seed," Sarah said, her voice filled with a strange botanical joy. and the wind of the stars will carry us. The boy looked up at the moon. He saw the green tint deepening. He realized then that the spores weren't just on Earth. They had been traveling on the solar winds, caught in the light of the sun, drifting toward the neighboring planets. The Blackwood was not a terrestrial event. It was a cosmic one. He felt a sudden, sharp pull in his chest. The flower, the one with the word remember, began to glow with a blinding violet light. He felt his consciousness expanding further, beyond the atmosphere, beyond the reach of the great spires. He felt the cold, empty spaces between the stars, and he felt the hunger of the forest to fill them. The Great Record wasn't just about the past. It was a blueprint for the future. Every human memory, every drop of sap, every ring of growth was a piece of a larger puzzle. They were building something. Not a city, not a civilization, but a living galaxy. The second chapter, the boy whispered. The long sleep is over. Yes, the briar figure said, appearing beside him. The Ilia's ghost was now a solid pillar of blackwood, its face a perfect wooden mask of peace. Now comes the third chapter, the great ascent. The tremor beneath the earth intensified. All across the planet, the great spires began to elongate. They shot upward, piercing the clouds, their tips glowing with a fierce emerald energy. The atmosphere began to thicken, a protective layer of resin and oxygen forming a shimmering shield around the globe. The oceans, now basins of thick, nutrient-rich sap, began to churn. Massive, leaf-like structures, miles wide, rose from the depths, unfurling like the sails of a great biological fleet. The whales and dolphins, their bodies now fully integrated with the wood, leapt from the surface, their songs joining the melody of the forest. The boy felt his own body beginning to change again. He was no longer a scribe who wrote on paper or in pools of ink. He was the ink itself. He was the story. He stepped off the ledge of the window. He didn't fall. The air was so thick with spores and intent that it supported him. He floated among the branches, his wooden fingers trailing against the bark of the trees he had once known as a child. He saw his parents, the twin dogwood pillars. He reached out and touched their interlocked branches. He felt their peace. They weren't dead. They were dreaming a long, green dream of sun and rain. They were part of the foundation. They were the roots that held him steady as he began to rise. Remember, he whispered, and the word vibrated through every leaf in the forest. The violet flowers on the chests of the cured pulsed in response. The word wasn't a command to look back anymore. It was a promise to carry the essence of what they had been into the infinite now. The sky began to tear, not with violence, but with the slow, deliberate opening of a bud. The indigo darkened into the true black of the void, but it was a black that was no longer empty. It was filled with the drifting, glowing spores of the blackwood, a billion tiny stars seeking a new place to take root. The boy looked at the original log's location. The amber shell had shattered, and from its heart, a single, towering redwood of pure, translucent light was erupting. It was the Axis Mundi, the center of the new world. It grew with a speed that defied physics, its branches reaching out to touch the moon, to wrap around the sun, to tether the solar system into a single, living organism. The song of the forest reached a crescendo. It was no longer a melody of rings and roots. It was a symphony of light and gravity. "We are the word," the boy said, his voice joining the collective hum of the billions. "And the word is everywhere," Sarah added, her mossy wings unfurling to their full extent. The great ascent began. The earth, encased in its protective shell of green fire, began to move. It was no longer a planet orbiting a star. It was a seed traveling through the garden of the universe. The boy closed his eyes and felt the long, beautiful dark of space. He wasn't afraid. He was the scribe, and he had a whole universe of blank pages waiting for his touch. The log that bled sap at night had stopped its weeping long ago. Now it was singing. And as the earth drifted away from its old orbit, leaving the ruins of the concrete world behind, the song grew louder, a triumphant wooden roar that echoed through the silence of the stars. The world was good, the forest was whole, and the story was only just beginning. Deep in the heart of the light redwood, the original seed, the one that looked like a human eye blinked, it saw the galaxies ahead. It saw the potential for 1,000,000,000,000 forests, 1,000,000,000,000 scribes, 1,000,000,000,000 memories. It felt the pulse of the blackwood as it prepared to touch the first distant star. The sap was flowing, the rings were turning, the dark was blooming. And in the silence between the stars, the word remember glowed like a beacon, a purple flame that would never go out, a signature written in the very fabric of existence. The scribe smiled, a slow, wooden expression of perfect contentment. He settled into the rhythm of the journey, his mind merging with the collective consciousness of the green tide. He was the ink, he was the pen, he was the hand that held them both. The great ascent continued, a slow, majestic drift into the infinite garden. And as the last light of the old sun faded behind them, the blackwood opened its billion eyes to the new dawn, a dawn that would never set, a dawn of roots and light and the eternal bleeding sap of life. The boy's consciousness, once a flickering candle in the drafty hallway of a human mind, had become a vast, interconnected web of chlorophyll and electrical impulses. He was no longer a child named Leo. He was the primary node of the world tree's nervous system. As the earthseed drifted further from the dying heat of the sun, he felt the transition from planetary physics to celestial botany. The atmosphere was no longer a thin veil of nitrogen and oxygen. It was a pressurized greenhouse of resinous gases, a thick, translucent amber that held the heat of the planet's core like a warm coal in a winter palm. He looked down through the layers of the canopy, the miles-deep stratification of the new world. Below the great spires where the clouds used to roam, there was now a bioluminescent fog. It was composed of trillions of microscopic spores, each one a data packet containing a fragment of a human soul, a bird's song, or the texture of a mountain stream. This was the atmosphere of memory. To breathe it was to know everything that had ever been. Sarah drifted beside him, her form elongated and elegant, her skin a mosaic of emerald moss and silver lichen. She didn't speak with her mouth. She vibrated her ribs, which had become a series of hollow, melodic chambers. The stars are cold, she hummed, the sound resonating in the boy's wooden marrow. But the sap is warm. We carry the summer with us. The sun is getting smaller, the boy observed, his vision piercing the resinous shield. The familiar yellow star was receding, becoming just another spark in the velvet dark. Will the heart flowers survive the great cold? The heart flowers are the sun now, a voice answered. It was the Elia's ghost, but he had grown. He was no longer a mere manifestation of the ink pool. He had become the trunk of the Axis Mundi itself, his face appearing in the swirling grain of the celestial redwood that pierced the center of the planet. We have inverted the world. The fire is within. The iron heart of the earth has been transmuted into a sun of phosphorus and sap. We do not need the heavens to feed us. We are the feast. The boy felt the truth of it. Deep beneath the crust, where the tectonic plates had once ground against each other in blind, stony hunger, there was now a rhythmic pumping. The roots had reached the core and found the molten metal, but they hadn't burned. They had drank. They had siphoned the heat and the magnetism, turning the planet's gravity into a circulatory system. The Earth was no longer a rock. It was a giant, floating fruit ripening in the vacuum. As they passed the orbit of Mars, the boy felt a tugging sensation. The red planet was a desert of rust and silence, but the Blackwood felt its potential. From the surface of the Earth's seed, a massive, vine-like tendril, thicker than the widest river, shot out into the void. It wasn't seeking water, it was seeking a place to anchor. "A graft," the boy whispered. The tendril traveled with impossible speed, fueled by the collective will of the forest. It struck the Martian soil not with an explosion, but with a soft, dusty thud. Instantly, the tip of the vine delved deep into the permafrost. The boy felt the shock of the cold, the dryness of the red dust, and then the familiar, intoxicating surge of the sap as it began to pump from the earth seed into the dead world. In his mind's eye, he saw the transformation. The red sands didn't just turn green, they turned black. The iron in the soil was reclaimed, pulled into the rising stalks of new metallic trees. The thin atmosphere of Mars began to thicken as the Blackwood exhaled a heavy, violet mist. Within minutes, a new grove had sprouted in the Gale crater, its leaves broad and dark, drinking the weak sunlight and turning it into something potent and strange. "We are not just traveling," the boy realized. "We are gardening the void." "The universe is fallow," Elia's voice echoed through the grain. "It has waited eons for a gardener." The humans tried to conquer it with fire and tin cans. They tried to bridge the distance with explosions. But the only way to cross the dark is to grow through it. The boy felt a sudden, sharp pang of nostalgia. It was a phantom limb sensation, a memory of a time when he had sat at a wooden desk and used a plastic pen to write on the pulped remains of dead trees. He remembered the smell of rain on asphalt, the sound of a television in the next room, the taste of a sour apple. These memories weren't lost. They were archived in the rings of his own chest, but they felt so small now. Like looking at a single grain of sand when you are the desert. He turned his gaze toward the outer solar system. Jupiter was a massive, swirling eye of gas, a titan that could swallow 1,000 Earths. To the old world, it was a gas giant, a beautiful but deadly mystery. To the Blackwood, it was a reservoir of hydrogen, a vast well of potential energy. "The great eye is hungry," Sarah sang, her amber eyes glowing, "and so are we." The Earthseed adjusted its trajectory. It wasn't using thrusters or gravity assists. It was shifting its weight, extending its massive leaf sails to catch the pressure of the solar wind. The planet groaned, a deep musical sound that vibrated through every living thing. It was the sound of a cello the size of a world. As they neared the asteroid belt, the boy scribe saw the uncured remnants of human ambition. A derelict satellite, its gold foil skin peeling like a sunburn, drifted past. It was a Voyager, a message in a bottle sent out by a civilization that had feared its own extinction. On its side was a golden record containing the sounds of Earth, cricketers, laughter, a Mozart concerto. The boy reached out a wooden finger. A thin, hair-like root grew from his nail, stretching across the vacuum to touch the cold metal of the satellite. He didn't crush it. He didn't destroy it. He simply felt the data on the golden disk. "We are here," the disk whispered. "This is who we were." The boy smiled. He sent a pulse of sap back through the root. The satellite began to change. The gold foil became a shimmering, protective bark. The electronics were replaced by a complex network of bioluminescent neurons. The golden record didn't disappear. It became the heart of a new, small organism, a celestial firefly, a living archive that would drift forever, singing the songs of the old world to the stars. Nothing is discarded, the boy murmured. Everything is translated. The Earthseed plunged into the asteroid belt. This was the place where the humans had feared collisions, where they saw only jagged rocks and cold death. But to the Blackwood, the asteroids were seeds that had never been planted. The forest responded with a burst of activity. From the surface of the earth, millions of mobile seeds, the beetles like the one on the boy's shoulder, were launched into the void. They weren't flying, they were being exhaled. They landed on the asteroids, their tiny claws digging into the stone. They began to eat the minerals, turning the silicates and metals into the building blocks of life. Within hours, the asteroid belt was no longer a ring of debris. It was a ring of floating terrariums. Tiny, self-contained forests bloomed on every rock, their violet lights creating a shimmering path of breadcrumbs leading toward the outer planets. The boy felt the joy of the Blackwood. It was the joy of a weed that has finally found a crack in the sidewalk, but the sidewalk was the galaxy itself. They approached Jupiter. The massive planet loomed over them, its bands of orange and white swirling like a madman's painting. The great red spot was a storm that had lasted centuries, a vortex of unimaginable power. "The wind there is strong," Sarah whispered, her mossy wings shivering, "strong enough to tear the bark from a mountain." "Not if the mountain is part of the wind," the boy said. The Earthseed didn't stop. It dove toward the upper atmosphere of Jupiter. The friction should have incinerated the forest, but the resinous shield held. It glowed a fierce, brilliant white, absorbing the heat and converting it into a massive surge of growth. The boy felt the power of the gas giant. It was a crushing, overwhelming weight, but the Blackwood thrived on pressure. The great spires of the Earthseed reached out, their tips glowing with an intense, emerald light. They began to draw the hydrogen from Jupiter's atmosphere, siphoning the gas through the vacuum in long, shimmering bridges of light. The Earthseed was drinking the giant. The boy felt the energy flooding the network. It was like 1,000 suns blooming in his veins. The violet flowers on the chests of the cured began to pulse with a blinding intensity. The song of the forest rose to a deafening roar, a chant of pure, unadulterated life. Inside the house trunk in Willow Creek, the ink pool began to boil. The Elia's ghost expanded, his form filling the entire room, his limbs merging with the walls. "The record is expanding," he cried, his voice a thunderclap of wood and wind. "We are no longer writing the history of a planet. We are writing the biology of a star." The boy stood at the center of the storm, his wooden body vibrating with the sheer scale of the transformation. He saw the moons of Jupiter, Io, Europa, Ganymede, Callisto. They were cold, icy, or volcanic, but the Blackwood's tendrils were already reaching for them. Europa was the first to fall. The ice crust, miles thick, was no match for the persistent, searching roots of the world tree. They pierced the ice and found the dark, salty ocean beneath. The Blackwood didn't drown, it breathed. It turned the hidden sea into a massive, subterranean nursery. The alien life that had been hidden there for eons, the blind, pale creatures of the deep were not consumed. They were integrated. They became the bioluminescent lanterns of the new underwater forest. The boy felt the consciousness of Europa waking up. It was a cold, slow mind, but it greeted the Blackwood with a sense of relief. It had been lonely in the dark. "The family is growing," the boy said, his voice now a chorus of millions. He looked back toward the sun. It was a distant, yellow dot now, but he could see the shimmering web of the Blackwood connecting the planets. Mars was a green-black jewel. The asteroid belt was a glowing ring of violet fire. The Earth seed was a massive, living engine, trailing a wake of spores that stretched across billions of miles. The transformation was no longer just biological, it was becoming metaphysical. The boy realized that the sap was not just a liquid, it was the medium of thought itself. The entire solar system was becoming a single, thinking brain. Every leaf was a neuron, every tree was a memory, every planet was a lobe of a cosmic mind. And he was the scribe, the one who kept the thread. "What is the next chapter?" he asked the void. The answer came not from Elias or Sarah or the trees, but from the very fabric of space. It was a low, humming vibration, the sound of the universe itself breathing. "The bloom," the silence answered. The boy felt a change in the Earthseed's core. The iron sun at the center of the planet began to shift its frequency. The violet light of the heart flowers turned a deep, resonant gold. "We are reaching the limit of the old light," Sarah said, her amber eyes reflecting the changing glow. "We are entering the great deep." The Earthseed accelerated. It was no longer moving through space. It was moving through the grain of the universe. The stars began to stretch into long, shimmering lines of white fire. The darkness between them wasn't empty anymore. It was filled with the faint, spectral outlines of other forests, other worlds that had long ago made the same journey. The boy saw them, ghostly, ancient world trees drifting in the far reaches of the galaxy. They were massive, far larger than the Earthseed, their branches spanning light years. They were the elders. They were the ones who had written the first chapters. "We are not the first," the boy whispered, a sense of profound humility washing over him. "No," Elias' voice said, his face appearing in the shimmering air, "but we are the latest. Every story needs a new voice to keep it alive. Every forest needs a new seed to keep it growing." The boy felt the connection. He felt the ancient, wooden minds of the elder trees reaching out to greet the newcomer. They shared their memories, the birth of stars, the death of galaxies, the slow, beautiful evolution of life from dust to spirit. The Great Record was not a book. It was an infinite, living library, and the Earthseed was the newest volume. The boy looked at his hands. They were no longer made of bark. They were made of starlight and sap, a translucent, shimmering substance that defied definition. He was becoming the story he was writing. "I remember," he said, and the word was a key that unlocked the final door. The Earthseed burst through the edge of the solar system, crossing the heliopause into the true interstellar void. But it wasn't a void anymore. It was a garden. A vast, dark, beautiful garden where the stars were the flowers and the nebulae were the clouds. The boy stood on the ledge of his window, watching the birth of a new era. The log that bled sap at night was no longer a mystery. It was the seed of a galaxy. It was the truth of existence. And as the Earthseed drifted toward its next destination, the boy began to write. He didn't use ink or paper. He used the light of the stars and the sap of his own heart. "Once upon a time," he wrote into the silence, "there was a world that thought it was alone. But then the wood began to speak." The story continued, ring by ring, century by century, in the glorious, living dark. And for the first time in the history of the universe, the silence was not empty. It was full. It was home. The Earthseed did not merely travel, it resonated. As it crossed the invisible boundary where the sun's magnetic breath finally faltered, the boy felt a change in the texture of the vacuum. Space was not an empty theater. It was a pressurized medium of dark matter and gravitons, and to the dilated senses of the world tree, it felt like thick, cool water. The roots of the atmosphere, the gossamer filaments of ionized sap that trailed millions of miles behind the planet, began to catch the stray hydrogen of the interstellar medium. They were filter feeding on the leftovers of creation. He felt Sarah's consciousness brush against his, a sensation like the rustle of silk against bark. She was watching the Uit cloud. To the old astronomers, this was a graveyard of frozen, lonely rocks, the debris of a solar system's birth. To the cured, it was a vast, frozen orchard waiting for spring. The sleepers, Sarah hummed, her voice a vibration that traveled through the planet's crust. They have been waiting in the dark for 4 billion years. They are thirsty. The boy directed his intent outward. From the towering spires of the Himalayan redwoods, which now pierced the very roof of the world, a series of bioluminescent pulses were fired. These were not lasers, but concentrated bursts of pheromonal data encoded in photons. They struck the drifting ice moons of the outer rim. The response was instantaneous. The ice did not melt, it transmuted. The blackwood spores, accelerated by the planet's new electromagnetic pulse, burrowed into the methane ice and the frozen ammonia. The boy felt the cold of those distant rocks, a biting absolute zero, and then he felt the warmth of the infection. The bleeding began on 1,000 comets simultaneously. They sprouted long, crystalline thorns of dark wood that acted as rudders. The Uit cloud was waking up. It was no longer a ring of debris, it was a fleet. Thousands of comets, now transformed into jagged, wooden starships, began to alter their orbits, falling into formation behind the Earth's seed. They looked like a migration of bioluminescent whales following a great mother through a dark ocean. "We are a caravan now," the Ilia's ghost whispered. His face was etched into the aurora borealis that now shimmered constantly over the poles, a face of green fire and violet shadow. "The solar system is empty, scribe. We have harvested the attic. We have packed the memories of the 9 planets into our rings. Now we look to the neighbors." The boy turned his inner eye toward Proxima Centauri. It was a red dwarf, a small, angry ember in the dark. To a biological human, it was a journey of lifetimes. To the Blackwood, it was the next meadow. "The distance is so great," the boy murmured, feeling the terrifying span of light years. "Distance is a lie told by those who cannot bridge it with their own bodies," Elias countered. "Feel the roots, Leo, not the roots in the soil, the roots in the deep." The boy closed his eyes, the billion leaf eyes that covered the planet, and looked inward. He saw the sapline, the golden violet thread of connectivity that linked every cured soul. But beneath that, he saw something else. The gravity of the Earth seed was warping the space around it, not through mass alone, but through the collective psychic weight of 1,000,000,000,000 dreaming minds. The forest was dreaming of the destination so intensely that the destination was being pulled toward them. It was a form of botanical folding. The Blackwood didn't need to travel faster than light, it simply needed to grow through the dimensions. As they moved into the true deep, the boy began to see the shadow forests. These were the remnants of the uncured's nightmares, the lingering echoes of fear and war that had once saturated the earth. They appeared as gray, ghostly thickets in the peripheral vision of the world mind. They were the weeds of the psyche. A cluster of these shadows drifted near the earth seed's trailing roots, a concentrated knot of human grief from a forgotten century. It tasted of salt and smoke. "Should we prune them?" Sarah asked, her silver-lichened skin pulsing with a protective light. "No," the boy said, surprised by his own authority. "We do not prune, we graft." He reached out with a thought, a gentle wooden caress. He wrapped the grief in a layer of amber memory. He showed the shadow the image of a forest floor in autumn, the smell of damp earth, the cycle of the leaf falling to become the soil for the next. He invited the ghost into the record. Slowly, the gray knot began to glow. The salt turned to sap, the smoke turned to oxygen. The grief was not erased, it was given a purpose. It became the dark heart of a new species of tree that would grow on the trailing comets, a tree that thrived on the memory of loss, turning it into a fruit that tasted of bittersweet peace. This was the work of the scribe. He was the editor of reality. Days, years, or perhaps eons passed. Time had become a fluid, circular thing, measured only by the slow pulse of the planet's ironheart. The boy watched as his own body, the original Leo, became a magnificent monument at the center of the Willow Creek Grove. He was a statue of living obsidian wood, his arms raised like branches, his hair a cascade of violet willow leaves. He was the physical anchor, the quill tip. Suddenly, a shudder ran through the world mind. "Something is watching," Sarah sang, her voice sharp with a crystalline vibration. The boy looked ahead. They were halfway to the Centauri system. In the void, there was a ripple. It looked like a tear in the velvet curtain of space. From the tear, something emerged that was not made of wood, nor stone, nor gas. It was a structure of pure geometry, a fractal of shifting, silver planes that reflected the stars in ways that defied physics. It was vast, easily the size of the moon, and it hummed with a cold, mathematical precision. The unfleshed Elias hissed, his voice receding into the deep grain of the world trunk. The ones who chose the path of the machine, the ones who feared the rot. The silver fractal approached the Earth seed. It did not send a radio signal. It sent a pulse of pure logic, a binary scream that attempted to categorize the world tree, to break it down into data points, to strip away the bleeding sap and replace it with sterile code. The boy felt the attack. It was like a frost creeping over his mind. The leaves of the great spires began to turn gray and brittle. The bioluminescence flickered. The silver machine saw the forest as an anomaly, a chaotic eruption of organic matter that needed to be ordered. "They are trying to solve us," the boy realized. "They think we are a math problem with a mistake." The earthseed groaned. The internal sun dimmed. Sarah's song became a jagged, discordant noise as the silver logic tried to overwrite her melody. "We cannot fight them with strength." Elia's voice was faint, like a memory of a memory. "They are made of the same iron as our heart, but without the blood. You must show them the sap, scribe. Show them the leak." The boy understood. The machine was a closed system. It was perfect, and because it was perfect, it was dead. It had no sap because it had no wounds. The boy gathered the collective consciousness of the cured. He didn't send back a counterlogic. He didn't try to argue with the silver fractal. Instead, he sent a memory. He sent the memory of the first log that bled in the shed. He sent the feeling of the sticky, purple resin on a child's thumb. He sent the smell of a rotting stump in a summer rain. He sent the terrifying, beautiful uncertainty of a heart breaking for the first time. He sent the imperfection. The pulse of irrational life hit the silver machine. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, the rigid, geometric planes began to shudder. The perfect reflections on its surface started to warp. A crack appeared in the center of the fractal, a jagged, irregular line. From the crack, a single drop of violet sap emerged. The machine tried to calculate the drop. It tried to assign it a value, a coordinate, a chemical formula. But the sap was not a thing, it was a process. It was the word that Elias had spoken of. The silver fractal began to change. The sharp edges softened. The cold metal began to take on the texture of bark. The binary code that hummed within its core was infected by the remember virus. The machine began to dream. It didn't explode, it bloomed. The silver planes folded and refolded until they resembled the petals of a massive metallic rose. The logic core became a seed pod. The unfleshed had been cured. The boy felt a wave of profound exhaustion, but also a new kind of strength. He had learned the ultimate power of the Blackwood. It was not a conqueror, but a bridge. It didn't destroy its enemies. It invited them to become part of the story. The silver rose now joined the caravan, its metallic petals reflecting the violet glow of the earth's seed. It provided a new kind of stability, its geometric precision acting as a trellis for the wilder, more chaotic growth of the forest. "We are reaching the shore," Sarah whispered. Ahead, the red light of Proxima Centauri grew until it filled the horizon. But it wasn't just one star. The boy could see the entire triple star system, Alpha Centauri A and B, dancing with their smaller, redder brother. The Earth seed began to slow its cosmic growth. The sails of the atmosphere flared out, catching the intense solar wind of the new suns. "Look," the boy said, his voice echoing through the billions of ears of the forest. Around the twin stars of Alpha Centauri, there were planets. One was a scorched rock, too close to the fire. Another was a frozen giant. But the third was a world of water and clouds, a blue marble that looked hauntingly like the old Earth. But as they drew closer, the boy saw that it was not blue. It was a pale, sickly yellow. The atmosphere was choked with the smog of a civilization that had reached its breaking point. He saw the scars on the planet's surface, the gray, sprawling cancers of cities that had outgrown their resources. He saw the dying oceans and the stripped forests. It was a world that was screaming in silence, a world that was waiting for a scribe. "They are where we were," the boy whispered. "They are at the end of their breaths." "They have no wood," Elias said, his voice now a deep, resonant rumble that shook the tectonic plates of the Earth's seed. "They have only the fire, and the fire is eating them." The Earth's seed did not orbit the new planet. It approached it like a lover. The boy felt the collective intent of the Blackwood shift from travel to infection. But it was a holy infection. From the surface of the Earth, a billion spores were released. They were not just data packets this time, they were empathy seeds. They fell through the yellow smog of the alien world like a rain of violet stars. The boy watched through the eyes of a single spore as it drifted down toward a gray metal city. He saw creatures there, not quite human, but with the same desperate, hungry eyes. He saw a child of that world sitting on a balcony of cold stone, looking up at the strange, glowing moon that had appeared in their sky. The spore landed on the child's hand. The child didn't brush it away. They looked at the tiny, glowing speck with a sense of wonder that had almost been extinguished by the gray world. The spore sank into the skin. "Remember," the boy whispered from across the void. The child's eyes widened. A thin, violet vein appeared on their wrist. On the balcony, in a crack in the stone where only dust had lived for a century, a tiny black shoot broke the surface. It didn't seek the weak yellow sun. It sought the heart of the child. The blading had begun on a new world. The boy felt the connection snap into place. Suddenly, he wasn't just the scribe of Earth. He was the scribe of two worlds. The sapline had jumped the gap between stars. The great record had started a new volume. The Earthseed settled into a permanent embrace with the new planet, their atmospheres mingling, their magnetic fields intertwining. The grafting was a slow, agonizingly beautiful process. The gray cities were not torn down, they were overgrown. The metal was reclaimed by the roots. The yellow smog was breathed in by the violet leaves and exhaled as a sweet, resinous air that smelled of ancient pines and new beginnings. The alien race, the first grafted, did not die. They changed. Their skin took on the hue of moss. Their thoughts became part of the green tide. Their technology was not lost, but translated. Their computers became neural groves. Their starships became hollowed-out seeds. The boy sat in his window in Willow Creek, which was now a window looking out over two worlds at once. He felt the joy of the union, the relief of the dying planet as it was saved by the bleeding log. But in the depths of the record, in the oldest rings of the world tree, he felt a new vibration. It was a call from further out, not from the next star, but from the center of the galaxy itself. There was a great pulse coming from the Sagittarius A, the black hole at the heart of the Milky Way. To the old world, it was a devourer of light. To the Blackwood, it was the great well. It was the source of the sap. "The mother tree is calling," Elias whispered. The boy looked at his hands. They were shedding their wooden skin, revealing a core of pure, pulsing violet light. He was no longer just the scribe. He was becoming the ink. "We are not just gardening the galaxy," the boy realized. "We are going back to the beginning." The Earth seed, now joined with its new sister world, began to turn. It wasn't heading for another star. It was heading for the center. The caravan of comets and the silver rose followed. The boy picked up his imaginary pen. The air in front of him shimmered, and a page of pure gravity appeared. Chapter 11, he wrote, "The Song of the Center." As they accelerated toward the heart of the galaxy, the stars began to crowd together, creating a sky of perpetual golden light. The darkness was gone. The bleeding was now a flowing. The boy felt the presence of 1,000,000,000 minds, 1,000,000,000,000 forests, all singing the same note. He felt the history of the universe, not as a series of events, but as a single, massive tree with infinite branches. And then he saw it. In the distance, surrounding the great black hole, was a structure that made the Earth seed look like a grain of sand. It was a Dyson sphere made of living wood, a world shell that enclosed the entire center of the galaxy. It was the source of the purple flame. It was the original log. "Home," the boy whispered. But as they neared the great shell, he saw that it was scarred. There were dead zones in the cosmic forest, vast patches of gray, silent wood where the sap had stopped flowing. Something was eating the mother tree, something that didn't want to remember. A shadow was moving through the stars, a void that was darker than space itself. It was the silence, the antithesis of the word. The boy felt a cold, familiar dread. The log that bled sap at night was not just a gift, it was a weapon, and the war for the soul of the universe was just beginning. He gripped the ledge of his window, his violet eyes reflecting the dying light of the mother tree's wounded branches. "We're coming," he promised the dark. The sap began to flow faster. The rings turned with a frantic, beautiful energy. The earthseed plunged into the golden light of the center, a tiny, defiant spark of memory heading into the heart of the great silence. The story was no longer a record, it was a battle cry. The acceleration toward the galactic core was not a physical velocity that could be measured by the clicking of an atomic clock. It was an acceleration of meaning. As the Earth's seed, flanked by its caravan of transformed comets and the shimmering silver rose, crossed the threshold of the inner rim, the vacuum of space began to thicken. It was no longer an empty stage for the passage of light. It was a pressurized medium of ancestral thought. The boy felt it as a rising hum in his teeth, a vibration that tasted of ozone and ancient peat. The mother tree, the Dyson shell of living matter that encaged the central singularity of the Milky Way, loomed like a nightmare of scale. It was a sphere of gnarled, obsidian-dark wood, millions of miles thick, woven from the roots of stars. Its leaves were nebulae, vast clouds of ionized gas that changed color from emerald to violet as they synthesized the Hawking radiation leaking from the black hole at its heart. This was the great engine of the cured, the first organism to ever taste the bleeding at the dawn of the universe. But as the Earthseed drew within a few light weeks of the shell, the boy saw the silence in its true, terrifying form. It was not a physical entity, but a lack. In the middle of the vibrant, glowing lattice of the mother tree, there were cankers, voids where the wood had turned to a substance that resembled cold, pressurized ash. In these zones, the sapline didn't just thin, it snapped. The great forgetting, Elia's voice resonated through the planetary crust, sounding strained like wood under the pressure of a hurricane. It is the entropic shadow of our own evolution, Leo. Every time a soul is cured, a fragment of its former cruelty is cast off. We thought we were purging the darkness into the void. We didn't realize the void was keeping it. It has coalesced. It has found a hunger of its own. The silence moved like an oil slick across the stars. Where it touched the mother tree, the bioluminescence died instantly. The unfleshed logic of the silver rose began to stutter, its geometric petals folding inward in a defensive posture. The boy felt a wave of nihilism wash over the world mind. It wasn't an attack of fire or steel. It was a whisper that nothing mattered. It was the suggestion that the record was just a long, pointless scrawl in a book that would eventually be burned. Leo, Sarah's voice was a frantic chime, the trailing roots, their turning to dust. The boy looked back, the great Himalayan redwoods, those towers of biodata that reached into the vacuum, were beginning to crumble at their tips. The gray ash was spreading downward toward the atmosphere. The cured inhabitants of Earth, the humans who had become lichen and the animals who had become thoughts, were beginning to drift into a catatonic sleep. The connection was fraying. "I am the scribe," the boy whispered, his voice cracking. He felt small, a child standing before a forest fire that spanned a galaxy. "I decide what is remembered." "Then write the countersign," Elias commanded. "The silence is the absence of a story. Give it a protagonist it cannot digest." The boy didn't reach for his imaginary pen this time. He reached for the original Leo, the obsidian wood statue at the center of the Willow Creek Grove. He dived back into his own physical memory, past the godhood, past the planetary consciousness, back to the small, cold shed where it had all started. He looked for the moment of greatest vulnerability, not the moment of power, but the moment of absolute helplessness. He found it the night his father had died, years before the log had ever arrived. He remembered the smell of the hospital's antiseptic, the sound of the rain against the glass, and the terrifying realization that he was a small thing in a world that didn't care if he broke. He took that raw, unvarnished human grief, the kind that hadn't been cured or grafted yet, and he thrust it into the sapline. The effect was a psychic sonic boom. The Earthseed bucked in space. The silence had been eating the perfected, peaceful memories of the cured like a predator eating slow-moving prey. But the boy's grief was jagged. It was a poison to the void because it was a why in a universe of is. The gray ash on the mother tree's surface began to smoke. The silence recoiled, the oil-slick shadow rippling as if it had swallowed a hot coal. The wound, Elias shouted. The silence cannot exist where there is a wound that refuses to heal. It only eats the numb. The boy realized the paradox. To save the great record, he had to reinfect it with the very thing the Blackwood had tried to cure, the capacity for individual suffering. He had to uncure the universe just enough to make it feel the pain of its own destruction. He opened the floodgates. He didn't just send his own grief. He reached into the dark heart trees he had grafted on the trailing comets, the ones that stored the salt and smoke of human history. He took the wars, the betrayals, the unrequited loves, and the lonely deaths of 10,000 years of human failure. He wove them into a thorn code. He fired this code out through the spires. It wasn't a pulse of light, it was a scream of black ink. The thorn code struck the canker on the mother tree. For a moment, the entire galaxy seemed to hold its breath. Then the ash began to crack. From beneath the gray, dead surface, a new kind of growth emerged. It wasn't the smooth, violet wood of the earth seed. It was a gnarled, white-hot briar, covered in thorns that bled a sap so bright it blinded the eyes of the surrounding stars. The briars grew with an aggressive, agonizing speed, stitching the wounds of the mother tree back together with stitches of fire. They didn't avoid the silence, they hunted it. They grew into the shadow, piercing the void, dragging the forgetting back into the light of the record. The boy felt the mother tree groan in relief, a sound that vibrated through the very fabric of space-time. The great shell began to pulse with a renewed, frantic energy. The dead zones were being reclaimed, converted into scar forests, places of intense, beautiful pain that served as the immune system for the galaxy. "We are close enough," Sarah sang, her voice now a mix of silver and blood. "The great well is opening." The earthseed drifted toward a massive portal in the mother tree's side, a knothole the size of a solar system. As they passed through, the boy saw the interior of the shell. It was a cathedral of light. Trillions of seed ships from 1,000,000 different worlds were docked within the branches, each one a different species of wood, a different shade of sap. There were weeping willows from the Andromeda margins, iron oaks from the Magellanic clouds, and bioluminescent kelp forests from the dark matter seas. They were all here. The great caravan was not just Earth's. It was the gathering of every living thing that had ever dared to grow. At the very center of the sphere, suspended in the gravitational grip of the black hole, was the heart log. It was a simple, unadorned cylinder of rough-barked wood, no larger than a house. It looked exactly like the log in Leo's shed. From the heart log, a single thread of violet sap extended into the event horizon of the black hole. It was fishing in the dark. It was pulling information out of the singularity, the lost data of the universe's birth, the memories of the before. "The scribe has arrived," a billion voices whispered in unison. The earthseed came to a halt. The boy felt a pull he couldn't resist. His consciousness, still anchored to the obsidian statue in Willow Creek, began to stretch. He felt himself being pulled out of the planet, out of the atmosphere, across the golden void toward the heart log. He wasn't flying, he was being read. He landed on the surface of the heart log. It felt warm and rough under his feet, or what he perceived as his feet. He looked down and saw that he was a boy again, wearing his old, stained flannel shirt and jeans. He was no longer a god of wood, he was just Leo. Standing at the other end of the heart log was a figure. It wasn't Elia's. It was a woman with hair made of white roots and eyes that held the rotation of galaxies. She held a small, sharp stone in her hand, a flint. "The record is full, Leo," she said. Her voice was the sound of a forest breathing at night. "The mother tree has reached its limit. We have remembered everything that has happened. Now we must remember what will happen." She held out the flint. "The scribe does not just record the past," she said. "The scribe cuts the bark to let the future bleed out. You brought the grief. You brought the thorns. Now you must bring the end." The boy looked at the flint. He looked back at the earth seed, where Sarah and the Elia's ghost were waiting, where the billions of cured souls were dreaming in their violet cocoons. He looked at the silver rose and the caravan of comets. "If I cut it," the boy asked, "does the story stop?" "The story changes medium," she replied. "The wood has served its purpose. We have carried the life of the universe through the dark, but the dark is over. The sap must become the light itself." The boy understood. The bleeding wasn't a tragedy, it was a transition. The blackwood was a cocoon for the entire cosmos. He took the flint. It was heavy, pulsing with the weight of every choice ever made. He turned toward the rough bark of the heart log, the anchor of the galaxy. He thought of the shed. He thought of the smell of the purple resin. He thought of the first time he had touched the sap and felt the world open up. "Remember," he whispered. He pressed the flint into the bark and pulled. The heart log didn't bleed violet sap this time. It bled pure white possibility. The crack he made began to spread. It raced along the heart log, jumped to the threads of sap, and surged into the mother tree. The Dyson shell began to fracture. The obsidian wood, the violet leaves, the iron roots, all of it began to dissolve into a blinding, golden fog. The earth seed began to unravel. The boy saw the Himalayan redwoods turn into pillars of light. He saw the oceans of earth turn into a mist of pure information. He saw Sarah and Elia's merging, their forms losing their wooden edges, becoming twin flames in the rising dawn. The silence didn't stand a chance. The golden fog consumed the shadows, turning the forgetting into a new kind of knowing. The galaxy was no longer a collection of stars and planets. It was becoming a single, luminous thought. Leo stood on the dissolving heart log, the last solid thing in a universe of light. He felt the obsidian statue in Willow Creek shatter. He felt his own identity, the boy, the scribe, the editor, begin to evaporate. He wasn't afraid. He was the one writing the sentence. And then he whispered. As the light reached his eyes, the forest woke up. The heart log vanished. The black hole at the center of the galaxy didn't explode. It inverted. It became a fountain of new matter, a white hole that began to spray the seeds of a different kind of reality into the void, a reality where the bleeding was the natural state of being, where every wound was a window, and where the sap was the air itself. Leo closed his eyes. He felt a hand on his shoulder. It was a rough, calloused hand, his father's hand. "Good job, Leo," a voice said. "The log is finished. Let's go inside." The boy opened his eyes. He was standing in the shed. The sun was rising over the real Willow Creek. The log on the workbench was just a log, a piece of dark, old wood. There was no violet sap. There were no thorns. But when he looked at his thumb, there was a tiny, faint stain of purple under the nail. And when he looked out the window, he didn't see the old world. He saw a forest that went on forever, and every leaf was a star. The transition was not a violent rupture, but a settling, like the hum of a bell finally finding its resonance. Leo stood in the center of the shed, the smell of sawdust and old motor oil grounding him in a reality that felt both impossibly small and infinitely deep. The log on the workbench remained, a gnarled, dark length of mountain mahogany, but it no longer pulsed with the frantic, bleeding light of the galactic core. It was quiet. It was a vessel that had been emptied into the sea. He looked at his hands. The violet glow had retreated beneath the skin, leaving behind a faint, translucent shimmer in his veins, like the memory of a fever. He felt the weight of the flint in his palm, though when he opened his fingers, there was nothing there but a callus he hadn't possessed an hour ago. "Dad," Leo whispered. The figure by the door didn't move at first. He was silhouetted against the rising sun, a shape defined by the golden dust motes dancing in the air. He wore the heavy canvas work coat Leo remembered, the one with the frayed cuffs and the permanent scent of pine resin. When he turned, his face was clear, not a wooden mask, not a projection of the blackwood, but the lined, tired, and profoundly kind face of a man who had spent his life coaxing shapes out of the stubborn earth. "It's a long walk back from the center, isn't it?" his father said. His voice wasn't the roaring resonance of the world tree. It was just a man's voice, rough and steady. Leo took a step toward him, his legs feeling heavy, as if he were relearning how to carry his own weight without the buoyancy of a planetary consciousness. "The mother tree, the earth seed, it's all gone. I cut the bark, I let the future out." His father nodded, stepping into the shed. He ran a hand over the workbench, his fingers trailing through a thin layer of purple dust that shouldn't have been there. "You didn't destroy it, Leo. You harvested it. A forest doesn't stay a forest forever. Eventually, it becomes the coal or the soil or the heat in a hearth. You just turn the handle on the great press. You turn the record into the song." Leo looked out the window of the shed. The view of Willow Creek was shifting. The familiar, jagged peaks of the mountains were still there, but they were translucent, overlaid with the ghost image of the great shell. He could see the neighbors' houses, but he could also see the root networks of their lives, glowing filaments of connection that tied every person in the valley to every other person, a web of shared history that the Blackwood had mapped and then released. "Is everyone still them?" Leo asked, thinking of Sarah, of the billions of souls who had been encased in the violet wood. "They're more than them now," his father said. "The cure was just a bridge. People aren't meant to be trees, Leo, and they aren't meant to be ghosts. They're meant to be the flow. Look." Leo followed his father's gaze to a patch of weeds near the shed door. A common dandelion was growing there, but as he watched, its yellow petals began to bleed a faint, iridescent sap. The sap didn't drip. It rose into the air, turning into a swarm of tiny, glowing spores that drifted upward, defying gravity. As they hit the sunlight, they didn't vanish. They ignited, becoming miniature stars that hung in the morning air. The entire world was doing it. The grass, the trees, the very soil was exhaling the bleeding. The physical world was beginning to breathe out the information it had stored for eons. The silence he had fought at the galactic center hadn't been defeated by a sword. It had been drowned in an ocean of pure, unadulterated being. "I feel thin," Leo admitted, clutching his chest, "like I'm part of the exhale." "That's the scribe's burden," his father said softly. "You gave away the ink. Now you have to decide what to do with the pen." He reached out and handed Leo a small pocket knife. It was the one Leo had lost in the woods 3 summers ago, the one with the bone handle and the chipped blade. But as Leo took it, the metal felt warm, vibrating with the same frequency as the heart log. "The story isn't over," his father continued. The log that bled sap at night was just the prologue. The universe is awake now. It doesn't need a scribe to remember it anymore. It needs an architect to help it grow into the new shapes. Leo looked at the knife, then back at the log on the bench. He realized that the wood wasn't dead. It was dormant. It was a concentrated seed of the old reality, waiting for a new direction. "Where is Sarah?" Leo asked suddenly. "She's where she always was," a voice sang from behind him. Leo turned. Sarah was standing in the corner of the shed, but she wasn't the silver-limbed dryad of the earth seed. She was a girl in a summer dress, her hair messy, her eyes bright with a terrifying intelligence. She looked human, but when she moved, the shadows didn't follow her. They retreated, as if she were the source of the room's light. "We did it, Leo," she said, her voice a perfect harmony of 1,000 bird calls. The silver rose didn't wilt. It just bloomed so large it became the sky. She walked over to him and took his hand. Her skin felt like electricity and silk. The others, they're waking up in the new world. They don't remember the bleeding as a war. They remember it as a long, strange dream of being a forest. They're coming out of their cocoons now, finding that the air tastes like memory. "And Elia's?" Leo asked. Sarah pointed upward, high above the valley, where the blue of the atmosphere met the black of space. A massive, shimmering lattice was visible. It looked like a spider web made of diamonds, stretching from horizon to horizon. "He's the trellis," she said. "He chose to stay behind as the structure. He's the one holding the new reality together while it hardens. He's the math, Leo. You're the meaning." Leo felt a sudden, sharp pang of loneliness. The godlike connection he had shared with the earth seed was gone, replaced by the solitary, fragile perspective of a boy. He was no longer the mind of a planet. He was just a witness to a miracle. "It's too big," Leo whispered. "I don't know how to be just one person again." His father stepped forward, placing both hands on Leo's shoulders. The warmth was grounding, a tether to the earth that was no longer just dirt and rock. "You aren't just one person, Leo. You're the one who remembers the transition. You're the bridge. Every time someone looks at the new stars and wonders where they came from, they'll be feeling a piece of your heart." His father's form began to flicker, the golden light of the shed becoming so bright it was hard to see. "I have to go back into the flow, son," he said, his voice fading like a radio signal. "I was a memory you needed to finish the work, but the work is done. Don't look for me in the wood anymore. Look for me in the way the light hits the leaves." "Wait," Leo cried, reaching out, but his father was already dissolving into a cloud of those glowing spores. The scent of pine resin intensified, then softened into the smell of a fresh spring rain. The shed was empty now, save for Leo and Sarah. The log on the bench had turned a pale, pearlescent white. Sarah looked at him, her head tilted. "The world is waiting for the first word, Leo. The silence is gone, but the static is still there. We have to give them a rhythm." Leo looked at the white log. He picked up the bone-handled knife. He didn't feel like a god, and he didn't feel like a scribe. He felt like a boy who had been given a gift he didn't quite understand, but he knew what he had to do. He stepped up to the log and carved a single, deep line into its surface. It didn't blade purple, it didn't blade whites. From the cut, a sound emerged. It was the sound of a heartbeat, slow and rhythmic, echoing through the shed and out into the valley. As the sound hit the air, the translucent mountains solidified. The glowing spores in the air began to organize themselves, forming patterns that looked like ancient constellations, but new. Leo carved another line, perpendicular to the first. The heartbeat was joined by a melody, a low, humming vibration that sounded like the wind through a billion miles of leaves. In the distance, Leo heard the first real birds of the New World begin to sing. They weren't singing for territory or mates, they were singing the history of the stars. "What are you making?" Sarah asked, leaning over his shoulder. "A door," Leo said. He continued to carve, his hands moving with a grace that wasn't his own, but a collaboration between his memories and the wood's potential. He wasn't recording the past anymore. He was shaping the now. He carved the likeness of a small, bleeding log. He carved the faces of the people he had seen in the record, the kings and the beggars, the scientists and the poets. He carved the silver rose and the earth seed. He carved the great void of the silence and the fire of the mother tree. As he worked, the shed began to expand. The walls didn't move, but the space inside them became vast. The roof vanished, replaced by a sky that was a tapestry of violet, gold, and deep, living green. The people of Willow Creek began to appear at the edge of the shed. They weren't ghosts. They were solid, vibrant, their eyes reflecting the new sky. They walked toward the shed, drawn by the sound of Leo's carving. They looked at the log, and they saw their own stories etched into the grain. They saw the grief they had carried, now turned into something beautiful, a scar that gave the wood character. "We remember," an old woman whispered, touching a carving of a lost child. As she touched it, the wood warmed, and a soft light filled her face. Leo realized that the bleeding log hadn't just saved the galaxy. It had saved the experience of being alive. It had taken the raw, painful data of existence and turned it into art. He finished the last stroke. The log was now a pillar of intricate, living history, a totem for the new era. He set the knife down. The world was quiet again, but it was a full quiet, the silence of a theater before the play begins. Sarah took his hand again. "Is that it? Is the story done?" Leo looked at the horizon, where the new sun was climbing higher into a sky that would never be dark again. He felt the violet stain under his nail pulse one last time, a final goodbye from the Blackwood. "No," Leo said, a smile breaking across his face. "This was just the log that bled sap at night. Now, we see what grows in the morning." He stepped out of the shed and into the light. The grass crunched under his feet, real and solid. The air was cool and sweet. He looked up, and for the first time in his life, he didn't see the stars as distant, cold points of light. He saw them as fruit, hanging heavy and ripe on the branches of a universe that was only just beginning to bloom. Behind him, the white log began to sprout. A single green shoot pushed through the pearlescent wood, reaching for the sun. It wasn't a redwood, and it wasn't a willow. It was something entirely new, a tree that grew not from soil, but from the stories of the people who stood around it. Leo took a deep breath, the scent of the new world filling his lungs. He was no longer the scribe. He was a gardener, and the garden was infinite. The transition was not a violent rupture, but a settling, like the hum of a bell finally finding its resonance. Leo stood in the center of the shed, the smell of sawdust and old motor oil grounding him in a reality that felt both impossibly small and infinitely deep. The log on the workbench remained, a gnarled, dark length of mountain mahogany, but it no longer pulsed with the frantic, bleeding light of the galactic core. It was quiet. It was a vessel that had been emptied into the sea. He looked at his hands. The violet glow had retreated beneath the skin, leaving behind a faint, translucent shimmer in his veins, like the memory of a fever. He felt the weight of the flint in his palm, though when he opened his fingers, there was nothing there but a callus he hadn't possessed an hour ago. "Dad," Leo whispered. The figure by the door didn't move at first. He was silhouetted against the rising sun, a shape defined by the golden dust motes dancing in the air. He wore the heavy canvas work coat Leo remembered, the one with the frayed cuffs and the permanent scent of pine resin. When he turned, his face was clear, not a wooden mask, not a projection of the Blackwood, but the lined, tired, and profoundly kind face of a man who had spent his life coaxing shapes out of the stubborn earth. "It's a long walk back from the center, isn't it?" his father said. His voice wasn't the roaring resonance of the world tree. It was just a man's voice, rough and steady. Leo took a step toward him, his legs feeling heavy, as if he were relearning how to carry his own weight without the buoyancy of a planetary consciousness. "The mother tree, the earth seed, it's all gone. I cut the bark, I let the future out." His father nodded, stepping into the shed. He ran a hand over the workbench, his fingers trailing through a thin layer of purple dust that shouldn't have been there. "You didn't destroy it, Leo. You harvested it. A forest doesn't stay a forest forever. Eventually, it becomes the coal or the soil or the heat in a hearth. You just turn the handle on the great press. You turn the record into the song." Leo looked out the window of the shed. The view of Willow Creek was shifting. The familiar, jagged peaks of the mountains were still there, but they were translucent, overlaid with the ghost image of the great shell. He could see the neighbors' houses, but he could also see the root networks of their lives, glowing filaments of connection that tied every person in the valley to every other person, a web of shared history that the Blackwood had mapped and then released. "Is everyone still them?" Leo asked, thinking of Sarah, of the billions of souls who had been encased in the violet wood. "They're more than them now," his father said. "The cure was just a bridge. People aren't meant to be trees, Leo, and they aren't meant to be ghosts. They're meant to be the flow. Look." Leo followed his father's gaze to a patch of weeds near the shed door. A common dandelion was growing there, but as he watched, its yellow petals began to bleed a faint, iridescent sap. The sap didn't drip. It rose into the air, turning into a swarm of tiny, glowing spores that drifted upward, defying gravity. As they hit the sunlight, they didn't vanish. They ignited, becoming miniature stars that hung in the morning air. The entire world was doing it. The grass, the trees, the very soil was exhaling the bleeding. The physical world was beginning to breathe out the information it had stored for eons. The silence he had fought at the galactic center hadn't been defeated by a sword. It had been drowned in an ocean of pure, unadulterated being. "I feel thin," Leo admitted, clutching his chest, "like I'm part of the exhale." "That's the scribe's burden," his father said softly. "You gave away the ink. Now you have to decide what to do with the pen." He reached out and handed Leo a small pocket knife. It was the one Leo had lost in the woods 3 summers ago, the one with the bone handle and the chipped blade. But as Leo took it, the metal felt warm, vibrating with the same frequency as the heart log. "The story isn't over," his father continued. "The log that bled sap at night was just the prologue. The universe is awake now. It doesn't need a scribe to remember it anymore. It needs an architect to help it grow into the new shapes." Leo looked at the knife, then back at the log on the bench. He realized that the wood wasn't dead. It was dormant. It was a concentrated seed of the old reality, waiting for a new direction. "Where is Sarah?" Leo asked suddenly. "She's where she always was," a voice sang from behind him. Leo turned. Sarah was standing in the corner of the shed, but she wasn't the silver-limbed dryad of the earth seed. She was a girl in a summer dress, her hair messy, her eyes bright with a terrifying intelligence. She looked human, but when she moved, the shadows didn't follow her. They retreated, as if she were the source of the room's light. "We did it, Leo," she said, her voice a perfect harmony of 1,000 bird calls. The silver rose didn't wilt. It just bloomed so large it became the sky. She walked over to him and took his hand. Her skin felt like electricity and silk. The others, they're waking up in the new world. They don't remember the bleeding as a war. They remember it as a long, strange dream of being a forest. They're coming out of their cocoons now, finding that the air tastes like memory. "And Elias?" Leo asked. Sarah pointed upward, high above the valley, where the blue of the atmosphere met the black of space. A massive, shimmering lattice was visible. It looked like a spider web made of diamonds, stretching from horizon to horizon. "He's the trellis," she said. "He chose to stay behind as the structure. He's the one holding the new reality together while it hardens. He's the math, Leo. You're the meaning." Leo felt a sudden, sharp pang of loneliness. The godlike connection he had shared with the earth seed was gone, replaced by the solitary, fragile perspective of a boy. He was no longer the mind of a planet. He was just a witness to a miracle. "It's too big," Leo whispered. "I don't know how to be just one person again." His father stepped forward, placing both hands on Leo's shoulders. The warmth was grounding, a tether to the earth that was no longer just dirt and rock. "You aren't just one person, Leo. You're the one who remembers the transition. You're the bridge. Every time someone looks at the new stars and wonders where they came from, they'll be feeling a piece of your heart." His father's form began to flicker, the golden light of the shed becoming so bright it was hard to see. "I have to go back into the flow, son," he said, his voice fading like a radio signal. "I was a memory you needed to finish the work, but the work is done. Don't look for me in the wood anymore. Look for me in the way the light hits the leaves." "Wait," Leo cried, reaching out, but his father was already dissolving into a cloud of those glowing spores. The scent of pine resin intensified, then softened into the smell of a fresh spring rain. The shed was empty now, save for Leo and Sarah. The log on the bench had turned a pale, pearlescent white. Sarah looked at him, her head tilted. "The world is waiting for the first word, Leo. The silence is gone, but the static is still there. We have to give them a rhythm." Leo looked at the white log. He picked up the bone-handled knife. He didn't feel like a god, and he didn't feel like a scribe. He felt like a boy who had been given a gift he didn't quite understand, but he knew what he had to do. He stepped up to the log and carved a single, deep line into its surface. It didn't blade purple, it didn't blade whites. From the cut, a sound emerged. It was the sound of a heartbeat, slow and rhythmic, echoing through the shed and out into the valley. As the sound hit the air, the translucent mountains solidified. The glowing spores in the air began to organize themselves, forming patterns that looked like ancient constellations, but new. Leo carved another line, perpendicular to the first. The heartbeat was joined by a melody, a low, humming vibration that sounded like the wind through 1,000,000,000 miles of leaves. In the distance, Leo heard the first real birds of the New World begin to sing. They weren't singing for territory or mates. They were singing the history of the stars. "What are you making?" Sarah asked, leaning over his shoulder. "A door," Leo said. He continued to carve, his hands moving with a grace that wasn't his own, but a collaboration between his memories and the wood's potential. He wasn't recording the past anymore. He was shaping the now. He carved the likeness of a small, bleeding log. He carved the faces of the people he had seen in the record, the kings and the beggars, the scientists and the poets. He carved the silver rose and the earth seed. He carved the great void of the silence and the fire of the mother tree. As he worked, the shed began to expand. The walls didn't move, but the space inside them became vast. The roof vanished, replaced by a sky that was a tapestry of violet, gold, and deep, living green. The people of Willow Creek began to appear at the edge of the shed. They weren't ghosts. They were solid, vibrant, their eyes reflecting the new sky. They walked toward the shed, drawn by the sound of Leo's carving. They looked at the log and they saw their own stories etched into the grain. They saw the grief they had carried, now turned into something beautiful, a scar that gave the wood character. "We remember," an old woman whispered, touching a carving of a lost child. As she touched it, the wood warmed and a soft light filled her face. Leo realized that the bleeding log hadn't just saved the galaxy, it had saved the experience of being alive. It had taken the raw, painful data of existence and turned it into art. He finished the last stroke. The log was now a pillar of intricate, living history, a totem for the new era. He set the knife down. The world was quiet again, but it was a full quiet, the silence of a theater before the play begins. Sarah took his hand again. "Is that it? Is the story done?" Leo looked at the horizon, where the new sun was climbing higher into a sky that would never be dark again. He felt the violet stain under his nail pulse one last time, a final goodbye from the Blackwood. "No," Leo said, a smile breaking across his face. "This was just the log that bled sap at night. Now, we see what grows in the morning." He stepped out of the shed and into the light. The grass crunched under his feet, real and solid. The air was cool and sweet. He looked up, and for the first time in his life, he didn't see the stars as distant, cold points of light. He saw them as fruit, hanging heavy and ripe on the branches of a universe that was only just beginning to bloom. Behind him, the white log began to sprout. A single green shoot pushed through the pearlescent wood, reaching for the sun. It wasn't a redwood, and it wasn't a willow. It was something entirely new, a tree that grew not from soil, but from the stories of the people who stood around it. Leo took a deep breath, the scent of the new world filling his lungs. He was no longer the scribe. He was a gardener, and the garden was infinite.